Aluhu. El Shaddai Lehenu Oleo Botenu. Abiaba Mabies Kababiako. Atakwados, Weshemeka Kwados, Barushemeka Lolam Bae. Wesham Bene Shao El Shabbat La So El Shabbat Le Doro Tam Bene Ola. Beni Bene Bene Shao Otilola. Kisha Shekami Masa El Shaddai Wa Shemayim. Where Ta'aris Ubayon Masbi Shabbat Wa Inafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka, El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Lolam Ma'eh, Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto, Lolam Ma'eh, Baruch Kabor Nohi Min Kumo Melech Elyon, Haluhu, Lolam Ma'eh. Let's go to Psalms chapter 92. Psalms chapter 92. Haluhu. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praise unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night, upon the instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither does the fool understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass, and when all the workers of iniquities do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Lord, for lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with flesh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire upon my enemies, and mine ears shall hear the desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit for no age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kudushanteka, El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Lolam Ma'eh, Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto, Lolam Ma'eh, Baruch Kabor Lohim Min Kumo Melech Elyon, Aluhu, Lolam Ma'eh. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to my father, a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, mother in Israel. I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We serve a great God. We serve a great God. And there's going to be times when your spirit becomes weakened. There's going to be times when your spirit becomes weak. And you have to charge yourself. You have to depend on your own righteousness to recharge and strengthen yourself in righteousness. By grabbing hold of the strength of God. How do I grab hold of the strength of God? When you grab hold of the strength of God, you take heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes, to his ways. Your spirit becomes weak, but that is the battle between you and you. That's the battle. Why I say you and you, between yourself. See, we're facing a war. We're facing a battle. We are at war with ourselves. But we give in to our own heart's lusts. Why do we continue to give in to our own heart sluts? You know what your own heart slust is? You can't get rid of the pants. And you told yourself and convinced yourself that it's okay for women to wear pants. That's your own heart slust. When nowhere in the book, our forefathers, when nowhere in the book you can read where women wore pants, where women wore shorts, where women wore things too revealing. They didn't reveal themselves. They only reveal themselves to their husbands. So when you continue to reveal yourself to strange men, then those are whorish acts. Right. And I'm not here to pet you. Right. I'm not here to pet you over your head. I am here to show you where you are going wrong at with God. Don't get angry at the discipline. Don't get angry at the chastisement. This is the chastisement of God. This is the discipline of God, because these are not my words. So my job is, when I hear something that rubs me the wrong way because of my ill doings before God, recognize your faults. Recognize that you have done wrong before God and change. Don't get mad at the messenger. These are not my words. Nowhere in the book where you read where Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, Mother Eve, these godly and pious women that did not need their husbands to inquire of God. Rebecca ain't go to Isaac. She had so much juice with God that she was able to go up before God and inquire. And God answered her and gave her a whole rundown between these twins called Esau and Jacob. Two manner of people, two manner of nations you have in your womb. Don't get angry at rebuke. Don't get angry at the discipline. Don't get angry at the correction of God, man. Because you don't want God to correct you. You don't want God to correct you. Sometimes, listen, correction comes in different forms, different ways. And the reason why we can't accept it is because of pride. We have so much pride in us. We have so much pride in us that it's to our own hurt. It's to our own destruction. Pride is what's going to destroy you. I said pride is what's going to destroy you. Pride is in the way of you hearkening to God. Pride is in the way of you acknowledging your faults. That's why sometimes you may have to look in the mirror and talk to that which is within. Talk to that is that is within you. Because it's not you, it's the evil that you have in you that's causing you to move in such a way. It's the evil that you have in you. But we tell ourselves, you ain't evil. I ain't evil. I'm not wicked. I'm not doing this. You're evil. Because you do things contrary from what the book says. Acknowledge, man. That's the only way we're going to get better. Right. We must acknowledge. I said we must acknowledge, man. Right. And stop being so stubborn. Right. Stop being so hard-headed. Stop being difficult to deal with. Right. Did they not say that about Nabal? And the way Nabal was, God killed them. And a lot of us have the ways of Nabal in us. But God ain't kill you because you're so far away And he don't care too much about you. He gonna let you rock until your sins reach the height. And then guess what? When your sins and your iniquities reaches the height, then you are at a point in life where there's no coming back. You got to make drastic change for God to accept you back, like King Manasseh did. I said you got to make drastic change to come back, like King Manasseh did.
Sacrifices.
Drastic changes.
Sacrifices.
What's wrong with us, man? I said, what's wrong with us?
Yeah.
Are we destined to destruction?
Yeah, that's what it seems, brother.
Are we destined to go to the pit?
That's how it seems, brother.
I said, are we destined? So why can't we acknowledge our wrong? Because you're destined. And God don't want you to change.
That's right.
That's your destiny. We all got a destiny. My destiny ain't got to be your destiny.
Right.
And your destiny ain't got to be mine. But the only time when we have the same destiny, we have to be on one accord. We have to be on one accord. We have to follow this book. And when we're following this book, we have the same mindset.
Right.
You're going to think the same.
Right.
There's no way you're going to see something different than me or me seeing something different than you, because this is what gives you the one mind principle. The laws of God gives you the one mind principle. We think the same. We walk the same. Huh? We got a problem, man. And we're stuck in our ways.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
We as a people is stuck in our ways. We refuse to change. You think you changing, but you're stuck.
Yeah.
Why you keep doing all this? But then when the situation occurs, I said, when God prove you by putting the situation before your face, you still handle the situation the same. You still handle the situation the same way. And then that's when I back up. I have to look. I said, wow. You're doing all this, but you ain't handling the situation in a godly manner. The way God said to handle. We must handle the situations according to the way God handled the situations.
That's right.
Not according to your mindset and how you think, in your emotional state. I said, we got a problem. We have a problem. And the problem is not with me. The problem is not with that one. The problem lies within yourself. You will not be able to detect it if you are not truthful with yourself.
Right.
We got a problem because when the law is expounded, we get angry at God.
That's right.
Moses turned to the people. He said, your murmurings is not against me. You ain't complaining against me. Your problems is not with me. Your problems are with God. And that, you know where this lies at? When we complain about the laws that we disagree with. When the laws is explained and these laws rub you the wrong way, and you start complaining, and you get a certain type of way, and you move in a certain type of way, we're going to learn the ways of godly men and godly women today. I said, we're going to learn the ways of godly men and godly women today. Because we need to be taught. We need to be taught how to be righteous, how to be godly, what is the ways of God. And when you hear it, acknowledge and say, I am this way. I need to eradicate this from myself. I need to stop thinking this way. I got to stop making people feel discomfort. The law is about treatment. The laws of God is about treatment. So when people is not being treated right, then God got a magnifying glass and it's scoped on you. He's watching you. Either for righteousness or wickedness. You can cause God's attention to be drawn towards you either from righteousness or wickedness. We got to be a people that's on point with our ways. We got to be a people. We must be a people that is on point with what needs to be done. What needs to be done to gain the attention of God? What do I need to do to gain God's attention? Why do we continue to waver in our feelings and our opinions, in your thoughts? Why? You know why we waver? Because we're in the sieve. You are wavering between and halting between two opinions. You are riding the fence because you refuse to turn your life towards God 100%. You see how easy it is to halt between two opinions? When you do not turn your life over to God 100% by taking heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes, and his ways, it even goes down as how we deal with situations and judging matters. But we think it's a game. We despise the priests, we despise the prophets, and we despise our teachers. I said we despise the priests, we despise the prophets, and we despise the teachers. And God put the teachers in the same bracket as your parents. So you think you're going to get to God despising those three? You think you're going to get to God despising the priests? You think you're going to get to God despising the prophets? You think you're going to get to God despising the teachers? God said, don't tell them nothing. He said, this is the same God that argued with the priests. He said, this dude here is arguing with the priests. You think you could tell him something? Those are scorners. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. He gonna rock. He gonna rock. He gonna rock until I decide to destroy him and cut him off. Yeah. So this is why God left these men to reprove and correct you, so that God don't have to destroy you. That's right. The destruction of God comes when there's nothing else to do. He said the Lord created man of the earth and he turned him into it again. All because of the commandment of God being not upheld. I said all because of the commandment of God being not upheld. Ecclesiastes chapter 17. The commandment of God was that tree that's in the midst of the garden. He said, don't eat from it. Eve turns around. The serpent turns around and repeats the same question that God told Adam. Now, while I'm speaking I need you to realize and understand this. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was quoted by God.
That's right.
I said, let me say this again.
That's right.
I'm hoping that people will stop talking against the book because those first 5 books was quoted by God.
That's right.
So when you call Eve a liar, you're calling God a liar because Eve didn't write that. I said, God spoke it. God is the narrator. God is speaking to Moses. For crying out loud, you damn bald-headed fool. God is speaking this.
Right.
So why do we continue to speak against those first 5? When God spoke it. So if God didn't call Eve a liar, and I didn't read nowhere where God called her a liar, why do we continue to speak against Eve? Why do we continue to speak against Joseph? Why do we continue to speak against these? Why do we speak against Jacob?
Right. Right.
Why do we speak against, if God didn't speak against Jacob, then why we speak against him?
Talking about evil's tripping.
Why?
Your mind tripping.
We haven't realized yet that God is the narrator of the first 5 books. I'm afraid to do what you do. To talk against anybody in this book will bring death to you. Because these people are God's chosen people. We trying to get ourselves chosen by God. We're trying to break the, crash the party.
That's
Like
right.
my father used to say.
That's
I
right.
said we, I am. I don't know about we. I know about me.
Yeah.
We got to stop saying we. Because not everybody don't got the same mindset you have. We don't have the same mindset. I'm trying to crash that party.
Yeah.
I'm trying to crash that party. I want to be elected of God. I want to be chosen of God. And you can't be chosen of God being a thief. You can't be a chosen of God coveting and desiring things that don't belong to you. You can't be chosen of God balding your head and shaving your face because God speaks against that.
Talk about it.
I must do all the laws, commandments, and statutes that I know can be done today to be chosen by God. Why? Because God said, Joshua and Caleb followed me wholly, complete. He said, the Lord created man of the earth and turned him into it again. Because Adam ate from a tree that God commanded him not to eat. God did not give him excuse. He didn't say, you get a pass, Adam, because your wife gave it to you and you didn't know. You didn't. You didn't. There was no excuse. There is no excuse for violation of the laws of God. Understand that. No excuse. He said he gave them few days in a short time and power also over the things therein. God gave man power over his creation. This is why Joshua was able to stop the sun. But when we sin against God, our principalities dropped. Our dominion dropped. It declined. So now we done lost authority. We done lost that authority now over the constellations. Because God told us, he said, rule everything that is in the earth. Yeah, this is my creation, but I'm giving you power to rule everything. You have the power to stop the sun. You have the power to stop the moon. You have the power to split this sea. You got the power to do things that we don't have the power to do today because of our filthiness before God. Say he endued them with strength by themselves. You know what endued means? To provide, to equip. God has equipped us with certain tools that we are not equipped with today, man. We don't got it no more, man. And that's because our standards has dropped before God. Our standards has dropped before God. He endued them with strength by themselves, Tamshi.
And made them according to his image.
Wait a minute. And made them. Made who? Created Adam according to the image of God. That's why God said, if I was supposed to come down as a man, this God, King David, will have the same heart as me. This man had the same heart as God. He had the same mindset as God. Which means the way God thought about a situation is the same way King David would think about the situation.
That's right.
He moved in the same aura, the same path that God would move.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And put the fear of man upon all flesh.
And put the fear of man upon all flesh.
And gave him dominion over beasts and fowl.
Gave him dominion and rulership over the beasts and the fowl. God put the fear of man upon all flesh. Read.
They received the use of the 5 operations of the Lord. And in the 6th place, he imparted them understanding.
In the 6th, he imparted them understanding. You know what the word imparted means? To transmit. To bestow upon. He bestowed upon them understanding. Understanding is to depart from evil. These people departed from evil naturally. Naturally, it was in them to depart from evil, from that which God hated and despised, because these people was created from God. And was given to them a spirit, a piece or a section of God's spirit. We all got a piece of God in us. Go ahead.
And in the 7th, speech, an interpreter of the cogitations thereof.
An interpreter of the cogitations thereof. You know what cogitation is? Your thoughts. To think, to meditate, your thoughts. Go ahead.
Counsel, and a tongue, and eyes, ears, and a heart gave he them to understand.
But these are the senses that God gave us. Sometimes your senses could be right. Sometimes your senses could be wrong. We must be able to reject our senses to serve God. Not everything tastes good to you should be eaten. Not everything you see you should desire. But we can only control our senses by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. Now, when I take heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God, then what I see, I'm not going to want. I'm not going to desire because it ain't mine. And now I know I get into coveting and desiring and wanting things that don't belong to me. Time sheet.
Withal, he filled them with the knowledge of
He
understanding.
filled them with the knowledge of understanding, with being able to discern between righteousness and wickedness. Go ahead.
And showed them good and evil.
He
He set his eye upon their hearts, that he might show them the greatness of his works.
He set his eye upon their hearts. He set his eyes upon their mindset, how they think. God watches how we think. The thoughts that conjures up in our mind, whether these are godly thoughts or forward thoughts. Forward thoughts separate from God. We gotta ask ourselves, man, am I right? Should I be doing this? Would I like this for myself? We don't do those things. We just react. Tamshi, not worried about the consequences of who I offend or hurt. Not worried about who I'm going to offend or hurt. Not worried about of how this person is going to feel. Go ahead.
He set his eye upon their hearts, that he might show them the greatness of his works.
He set his eyes upon their heart that he may show them the greatness of his works. You understand that? Before God show you his works, he check you out to see if you're worthy to be shown. Before God open your eyes to certain things in life, according to these laws, he check you out. He check your heart out first to see if your heart is worthy for God to show you. We think it's a game. God just ain't gonna show you the intricacy and the secrets like that. He look inside of you to see if you're worthy to be shown this. And if you're worthy to be shown, I will show you. If you ain't worthy to be shown, sometimes it ain't good to tell everybody everything.
That's right. That's right.
My father said, it came to him, certain things come to me that I can't speak of. Because when God showed me this, something came over me and said, man, don't tell everybody this. It's not for everybody. This is for you. So certain things you got to shut your mouth and keep it to yourself. Because these people that you're around ain't worthy. They ain't worthy. You the one that's worthy. The rest of these dudes here, they ain't worthy. Worthiness is a character trait. Worthiness has to do with your character. Worthiness has to do with your inside. Tamshi.
Verse 9, he gave them glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his works with understanding.
He gave them glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his acts, that they might declare his works with understanding. God showed the people his glory, his mighty acts, so that we can talk about it and glorify God. That's how you glorify God. Go ahead.
And the elect shall praise his holy name.
The elect, the chosen ones. The elect and the chosen ones shall praise the holy name of God. I said the elect or the chosen ones is going to praise his holy name. There are certain things, ones or people or a person that is chosen by God will do automatically. I ain't got to be forced or told to do it. Why? Because I've been chosen by God. And this is what, by me being chosen by God, is what pushes me to send up my hoda'ah, to send up my praises, to send up my confessions. And I ain't got to wait, and I'm not waiting on just Yom Kippur to set up confession. Because I realize that there's no priest. I said, I realized that there is no high priest to get rid of iniquity on Yom Kippur. Realize this, people, and realize that the position that God put us in, we are in a bad position with God. There is no high priest to get rid of our iniquities. So therefore, we must confess our iniquities before God, and not only on Yom Kippur. And while we are confessing with a purpose. We are confessing our sins before God with the purpose of turning away from that which is ungodly.
That's right.
So because I have this mindset to turn away from that which is ungodly, then you don't take chances.
That's right.
You must serve God being cautious.
That's right.
I must serve God being cautious.
Take it to the extreme.
What I mean by being cautious, I don't take chances with my life. When I ate that meat from Matt, I took chances eating it. I took a chance eating the ground beef from the corner store because I don't know how the animal died.
I got it well done, bro.
I don't know how the animal died. We take chances with our lives. Then we turn around talking about I'm blessed. Cold Cabot, come on, please. Please, man. You just went to Punch and bought you a salami, lettuce, tomato, and cheese.
Punch.
But you want to come to me and start talking Hebrew. Hebrew don't change your ways, brother. Let's get this right. Knowing the Hebrew language do not change your ways.
That's right, brother.
Learning the Hebrew language don't make you holy and doesn't teach you to listen, man.
That's right, brother.
I learned the Hebrew language so I can read the book in the law, in the Hebrew, so I can learn and understand and get to the definition of a word.
Right.
Because to steal, in the Hebrew, it says lo tigno.
Right.
Lo tigno means to steal, rob, or deceive.
That's right.
So a deceiver is a liar. My father always said, he said, a liar will steal.
That's right.
And a man that steal will lie.
That's right.
Huh? It goes hand in hand. I said it goes hand in hand.
Teach.
So when we steal, do you return and recompense it double? Because you don't just return one for one anytime you steal. You always end up giving up more. We think it's a game, man. How many of us stole? You think God took that law and swept it under the rug? And you go and stole and never returned it according to the way God said return it. God said if you steal a man's ox, you got to return 5 oxen for an ox.
Right.
You can't just come back and say, hey, brother, I'm sorry, man. I stole your ox. Here's another ox. Where's my other 4 at?
Right.
You got 4 more to give me now.
Right.
You done stole my sheep. You come back with 1 sheep. Backtrack. Wait a minute, man. I said backtrack. And do some retracking in each and every one of our lives. Think about how many times we done stole and we ain't never got the chance to return it back according to the way God said. So you think we got game? Do you think we have time to be playing around with these laws?
Right.
You have violated the commandments of God without making repair.
Right. Right.
Without making repair. God had not made it, accommodated you to make repairs.
Right.
To go back to the person that you stole from and make the correction. Backtrack, man. I said backtrack.
Right.
And make the correction that is needed. You don't punch me in my nose, man. And you broke my nose. Go sit your butt down and let me break your nose. Make the necessary repairs so God's attention can be turned towards you. We think it's a game.
Yeah.
Walking around here and you're proud, your proud self. You're stubborn and unyielding, refuse to yield to God. Refuse to agree with God. Fools. Verse 10, Tom sheet. Ecclesiasticus chapter 17, verse 10.
And the elect shall praise his holy name.
And the elect shall praise his holy name.
Beside this, he gave them knowledge, and the law of life on heritage.
Besides this, he gave them knowledge. God done gave us knowledge,
And the law of life on heritage.
And the law that gives life for a heritage. A heritage, a possession. God done showed us the way to eternal life. I say God done gave us the way to eternal life. And this is why we must continue to speak to that which is within. Speak to the evil that you have in you, hoping to change, with hopes of changes in your life. These laws give life, man. God done showed us the way to deliver ourselves from ourselves. Let's read.
He made an everlasting covenant with them.
He made an everlasting covenant. I said he made an everlasting covenant, an everlasting agreement. The agreement that God made with these people never been broken. God ain't never broke the covenant. We broke the covenant. We reneged on the covenant. So God got to back up and get back to his place. The covenant ain't broken by God.
No.
We broke the covenant.
That's right.
And because we broke the covenant, don't mean that God is going to break his covenant.
Right. That's right.
Those are godly ways. Me and you went to a covenant, into an agreement. And you happen to do something that is despicable. It's not for me to go to turn on you. It's not for me to turn on you, because now I put myself in the same predicament or same person as you are. I'm going to still uphold that covenant. He said, well, you know what? I will just put some distance. But I will not turn on you, because we went into a covenant. We went into agreement. Whether you accepted it, whether you uphold it or not. Because I'm not like you. I'm not like you, man.
That's right. That's right.
Tom sheet.
He made an everlasting covenant with them and showed them his judgments.
Showed them his judgments. God went into covenant with them, into an agreement with them, and then he showed them his judgments. He showed them his judgments. How did God show these people his judgments? Let's start from the beginning of times. From the time the nation went in to Egypt, they were shown the judgments of God. They seen how God destroyed Egypt and what Egypt went through. They had perceived everything that God did when they left Egypt until the very same day that they set foot in the land. God had been working and showing his judgments, hoping that the people see this and change and builds up some type of fear in them. Father said, he said, man, God gonna deal with me different.
That's right.
He said, God gonna deal with me different than you.
That's right.
He said, you know why God gonna deal with me different than you? Because what God showed me, he didn't show you. And this is how your standards get picked up and elevated with God according to what God shows you and how God deals with you. Now he expects more from you. He expects what he expects from you. He don't expect from this guy here because I didn't deal with him this way. That's why God expected so much from the nation, because there was no nation that God dealt with the way God dealt with the nation of Israel. Let's read.
Verse 13. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard.
Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory. When that pillar of cloud came down and covered the entrance of the tabernacle, the nation was at their tents, and they heard the voice of God coming out of that cloud that covered the glory of God. These people was close, man. These people was very close to God, and they was cleaner than we would ever be. I said, these people that we read about was cleaner than we would ever be. So we need to stop criticizing these people that we read about in the book. Stop criticizing the woman. Stop criticizing the men. Because these men and these women was better than the men and the women today.
That's right.
Way better than the men and the women today. These people was the examples, man. You think you godlier and better than Saul? I said, do you think that anybody today could put their foot in Saul's shoes? I was teaching one day, and we was teaching about Saul. One brother said, man, that Saul was wicked. I had to stop right there on the beam. I said, we would never be able to put our foot in Saul's shoes. Leave Saul alone. Leave Saul alone. Saul only messed up 2 times in his life. 2 times Saul messed up. We can't even count the amount of times that we done violated God and his laws.
Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice. And he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness.
Beware of all unrighteousness. Huh? I said, beware of all unrighteousness. You know what that means, man? We're not aware of that, man. Which means everything that I do in life must be according to the ways of God. Must be according to the laws of God. Everything. Don't pick and choose. Oh, don't pick and choose. Can we say that we are aware, that we beware of all unrighteousness? No. No. I'm not going to play myself and say I beware of all unrighteousness. Don't do that.
You don't sin if you're aware.
I'm not going to do that.
If you're aware, you don't sin.
If you are aware, you don't sin. And don't forget about treatment.
That comes along with all
treatment.
all that.
We have to be aware of all unrighteousness, which means we must think before we move and react. We must think before we move and react. We cannot move in an emotional state of mind, because when we move in an emotional state of mind, there goes the opening. Sin light right there. And it's waiting. It's couching at the door to grab a hold on you. One brother said, sin got me in the headlock. Tom Sheet.
And he gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor.
And he gave every man commandments concerning his neighbor. These are laws, commandments, and statutes that teaches me how to deal with you. These are laws, commandments, and statutes that tells you how to deal with me. So when I do things of my own accord, disregarding the laws, commandments, and statutes, that's selfish. You're selfish. Because I disregarded God and I did what I wanted to do.
That's right.
Why? Because I'm angry. I'm angry. And you said something to make me mad. And I done hooked off and broke your jaw.
Yeah.
You're selfish. Because you disregarded God at that point in time. In your life, you have disregarded God.
Yeah.
Stop playing. Stop playing. Tom Sheet.
Their ways are ever before
Your
them.
ways is always before God.
Uh-oh.
He said your ways is always before God. Go ahead.
And shall not be hid from his eyes.
Uh-huh.
Every man from his youth is given to evil.
Every man from his youth is given to evil. You hear this?
Uh-oh.
I ain't evil. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're evil.
That's right.
That's what the book just said.
That's right.
Every man from his youth is given to evil. But God showed us how to deliver ourselves, how to overcome it while we're given to evil. We don't realize the things that Adam did that got this world in the state, in the position that it's in today. When Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, everything got out of whack. There was just life. Wait a minute, man. When God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the sweet face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. Then God said, let light appear. Next thing God said, let the dry land appear. He said, then every herb yielded seed and grown. That specific spot was the Garden of Eden.
That's right.
And then that was the only place where life was at. That was the only place where life was at.
That's right.
And when Adam violated the commandment of God by consuming the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the earth had to spread out. We had to spread out and get out of there. I said, we had to get out of there. You can't live here no more. And that's when the land and everything else spread it out. Things got shifted. Those 4 rivers got shifted. I said those 4 rivers got shifted. Pison, Gihon, Hiddekel, and Euphrates, they can't find it. Because if you find those 4 rivers, it's going to lead you towards the Garden of Eden. God done shifted everything. Let's read.
Neither could they make to themselves fleshy hearts but stony.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? He said, neither are you able to change that stony heart to flesh. I'm not able to do that. It's not in you to do that. The only way we can change that stony heart, you need God.
Uh-oh.
Realize and recognize that we have a heart of stone. I said realize and recognize that we have a heart of stone. We don't have a heart, man. We are a people with no mercy. We are a people with no compassion. We are a people that is unkind. We don't have a heart. And the only thing that teaches us to have a heart is this law. God said, when you have, don't go in your field and glean everything that's in the field. I said, don't go in your field. But mind you, God is telling you what to do with your own field. And he said, when you go in the field, don't glean everything. Leave some back for the yatum, which is the fatherless. The Hebrew word for yatum, it don't mean fatherless. It means unprotected child, which means if my father is not around, I am unprotected. My father is in prison doing 25, I'm unprotected. The child must be looked after. The widow, the almana, which is the widow, which her husband died. And this woman, because of the love and the dedication that she had for her dead husband, she remained and stayed to herself because there was only enough love for him. I ain't got nothing else in me to love no other man. That's what that means. And that's why widows, when their husband died, they stay to themselves. Because they don't got no more strength for no other men. They don't have no more love to love no other man because that was my man. And I'm still in love with him. Look, man, we'll never understand the love between a husband and a wife, man. I gotta say it, man. I gotta say it, man. When I see my mom's, she just know what she said. She said, I miss you, Chief. She said, I miss you, Chief. You said that, yo? I said, damn. That's dying love, man. I feel like crying right now, yo. That's dying love. We did to bury my brother. She turned her attention away from my brother and like, yo, Chief, I miss you. That's love, yo. Know that I felt that. 1,000%. Come on, man. Let's read it.
Verse 17. For in the division of the nations of the whole earth.
For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, God done separated the nations. God done separated and divided the nations. And guess what? God divided and separated his people. Yeah, we call ourselves by the name of God, but God put a division amongst ourselves. Amongst ourselves. God divides us. That's why you have so many camps. You got a camp here. You got a camp over there. You can't camp over there. You got a camp over there. You got a million camps. But we called on the one God. And each camp has a different terminology. A different way of thinking. It's supposed to be one law and one people. I said it's supposed to be one law and one people. But we ain't one. We not one. Come on, man, be truthful with yourself. I said we not one. We not one, man. I said we not one. We not one. DCB ain't one with Benny and Dot. Benny and Dot and DCB ain't one with Shema. The Maccabees ain't one with these one. We not one. Only big Absalom and this camp and that. We not one. Because we don't got the one mind principle.
Right.
We don't think the same. We all have a different opinion, a different mindset when it comes to the laws of God.
We don't agree.
You know why we have a different mindset? Because we want to add on instead of reading the book and go according to what the book says, word for word. You ain't seen the word there, don't put it there. You ain't seen it there. There's nowhere you can show me what you're talking about. So why you continue to put it there? Why?
Add it on.
Why do we continue to add on to the word of God, man? Why? Are we destined for destruction? Are we here to be destroyed? Are we here for God to destroy us? Huh? Is that our destination? Let's read.
For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people.
He said the division, when God divided the nation, each nation had a ruler, got a head, got a king. He said, but Israel is the Lord's portion. He said, this is my inheritance. This is my portion. I'm the ruler. I'm the head. I'm the ruler here. Go ahead.
Whom, being his firstborn, he nourished it with discipline.
Wait a minute. Whom? Being his firstborn. Huh? Being his firstborn. Who's God's firstborn? Israel. Israel is God's firstborn. He said, whom he nourished it. You know what nourish means? Upbringing. Upbringing. Training. Whom he nourished with discipline. He trained you with discipline, giving him the light of his love, does not he forsake. Go ahead.
Therefore, all their works are as the sun before him,
Uh-huh.
and his eyes are continually upon their
He
ways.
said, therefore, all his works are as the sun before him, and his eyes are continually upon his ways. Go ahead.
None of their unrighteous deeds are hid from
The
him.
things that we do that is ungodly by God is not hidden. We must answer for everything that we do that is against the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. We must answer. Go ahead.
But all their sins are before the Lord.
Uh-huh.
But the Lord being gracious
But the Lord being gracious
and knowing his workmanship,
and knowing his workmanship.
neither
You know what workmanship is? Knows his creation.
His creature.
You think someone is going to know you better than the way God knows you? God is the one that created you. And he knows inside out. He knows you better than you know yourself. Uh-huh.
Neither left nor forsook them, but spared them.
Uh-huh.
The arms of a man is as a signet with him,
The arms of a man is as a signet with him.
and he will keep the good deeds of man.
The arms of a man is as a signet. Arms is charity. Right? Right? And he will keep the good deeds of a man as the apple of his eyes. Your good deeds is never forgotten before God. You know what relinquishes your good deeds? When you shift back and forth, when you do things that is ungodly in the eyes of God. Then everything that I have done in my righteousness is forgotten. Everything that I have done in my righteousness is forgotten. Go ahead.
And give repentance to his sons and daughters.
Ooh, wait a minute. So in order for my sons and daughters to gain repentance in the eyes of God, I have to give alms. And I have to perform good deeds. righteous deeds. Give alms and righteous deeds, and God will give repentance to my children. My children will be able to repent before God, and God is going to hearken. Why? Because of my righteous deeds. Because of my righteous deeds and the things that I have done to be accepted of God, God will accept my kids. God will accept my children. So I have to walk upright in order for God to accept your children. But when we don't walk upright before God and we do things contrary and opposite from his laws, commandments, and statutes, God hates you, and then he turn around and look at your children and he hate them.
That's right.
This ain't nothing about no God of love. Yeah, look, man, this is a merciful God, and God will love you if you love him.
You got to put it first.
I said God will love you only if you love God, by taking heed to his commandments.
Yeah.
You show God that you love God by taking heed to his laws.
That's right.
You show God that you love God by being cautious with his laws,
Right.
not taking chances.
That's right.
I said we don't take chances with our lives,
That's right.
doing things that may be a violation in the eyes of God. You know why we got to be cautious? Because we think we got it all.
Yeah.
You think you know it all.
Yeah.
No, you don't know it all. You don't know it all. So when these laws we come across with in the book, I'm cautious. And this is why I don't leave my house with a burden.
That's right.
This is why I don't leave my house with nothing in my hand.
Yeah.
Because Jeremiah chapter 17 states, you should not exit your house with a burden.
That's right.
When you look up the definition of burden, it states anything that is carried. Anything that is carried.
That's right.
So that's why I even go as far as not picking up if I had a baby, I even go as far as picking up my baby. It's anything that is carried.
That's right.
So I don't pick my baby up if I did have one.
That's right.
Because I don't have nobody to explain this. And I'm not going to go according to my own want and mind, talking about what God ain't talking about that. Did God tell you he ain't talking about that?
That's right.
Maybe God came to you yesterday and explained that law to you and told you God ain't talking about disclosed information.
That's right.
All I know is a burden is anything that is carried. So I don't carry my kids. I don't carry nothing in my hand.
That's right.
You can't offer me nothing outside. And I'm outside the camp or I'm outside my house. I'm not holding it. A burden is anything that is carried.
That's right.
But it says you should not exit your house with a burden. And this is why the necessities, we have to have wisdom. Yes, anything that is carried. But if I'm reading my book, I can do that. I'm not going to walk around and carry my kid. I don't have to do that. I leave that for the mother because God gave that job to the mother. That's her job. I'm not going to walk around and pick up a chair in the house and walk around with a chair. I ain't got to do that. You carry only what you need to carry when you're in the house. Outside, you ain't going to see me with nothing in my hands. Nothing in my hands. And I go that far. That's how far I go because we can't go to Moses to explain this.
That's right.
And I don't trust an Israelite today to go explain nothing, to me. I don't trust these Israelites today to explain nothing to me. Once I check you out and I see your lifestyle that is contrary from what God said, and you can't uphold the laws that I can't listen to you. I got to go according to what I read. And I'm going to keep it to the strictest form. I'm going to keep it to the strictest form, word for word, so that God don't find fault with me. I said, so that God don't find fault with me. I don't need God finding fault in me.
Yeah.
The only ones that I was able to go to and explain certain laws to me was my father.
Yeah.
Because I noticed he took it. I take it all the way because of him.
Yeah. Right.
He is who taught me to take these laws to the end, to the brink, without taking chances. He said, man, I don't take chances. There's nobody here to explain this. Imagine this dude eating blood and fat explaining some law to me. You can't explain law to me, man. Imagine a dude that's in and out with God gonna come explain some law to me. You can't explain nothing to me. Imagine a dude that you see him sometimes on Shabbat. You can't explain nothing to me.
Imagine the dude, the top of his head is shining.
You can't explain nothing to me. What you gonna explain to me, man? What you gonna explain to me? Read.
Verse 23. Afterwards, he will rise up and reward them and render their recompense upon their
You
heads.
see that? He said afterwards, he will rise up and reward them and render their recompense upon their own heads. Huh? God is going to render to you the things that you put out. Whatever you put out is coming back. Sometimes it comes back worse. Go ahead, read.
But unto them that repent, he granted them return.
You hear this? He said, but unto them that repent, God has granted them return. He has granted them to return. But what is repent? And what does it mean to repent? To repent, you have to have a conscience. To repent means to make amends of the wrong that you have done before God.
That's right.
And don't go back. When we truly repent before God, he has granted us to return and comforted those that failed in patience and comforted those that had failed in patience. You know what that is, man? You know what I mean by failed in patience? Like my brother always said, you can't fail something without trying new things or something that you have not done before. You understand what I mean? I find out a law and I found out something that God hates. So now I'm trying to incorporate this in my life. But while I'm trying to incorporate this in my life, I'm failing. I'm failing by still going back and forth, by messing up. By messing up.
Return unto the Lord and forsake thy sin.
Return unto God. When returning to God, you must forsake sin. You must forsake iniquity. Sin breaches your spirit. Sin causes your spirit to have an opening. It breaches your spirit. This is something that we cannot see with our own eyes. The only one that can see this is God. Go ahead.
Make thy prayer before his face and offend less. Turn again.
Wait, read that over.
Make thy prayer.
Make thy prayer
before his face.
In making your prayer before the face of God,
Offend less.
Offend less. You hear this, man? When we decide to get right with God and we start making prayers before God, have the mindset not to offend nobody. Period. That comes hand in hand. By doing all these prayers, you will begin to not offend people by your actions and your words, by the things that you say and your actions. Why? Because the things that I've done cause this person to feel away.
Yeah.
The things that I've said cause this person to feel away.
Yeah.
So now, when I'm speaking, I scan the audience. Or I scan who's around. And I watch my words because I don't want to offend nobody. I watch my actions because I don't want to offend nobody. And that comes with making much prayers.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Turn again to the Most High and turn away from iniquity.
Turn again to the Most High. Turn away from iniquity.
For he will lead thee out of darkness into the light of health. And hate thou abomination vehemently.
He said, hate the abominations vehemently. Hate the things that God hates. God hated it, you gotta hate it. Go ahead.
Who shall praise the Most High in the grave?
Who gonna praise God in the grave? Nobody.
Right.
Once you're dead, ain't no praying to God. Ain't no more praying to God.
Instead of them which live and give thanks.
That's right, read.
Thanksgiving perisheth from the day, as from one that is not. The living and sound in heart shall praise the Lord. How great is the loving kindness of the Lord our God, and his compassion unto such as turn unto him in holiness.
Wait a minute. How great is the loving kindness of the Lord our God, and his compassion unto such as turn unto him in holiness. So God has stored up compassion for those that have turned to God. You will not receive the compassion of God if you haven't turned to God. You got to turn towards God by taking heed to his laws to receive his compassion. Tamshi.
For all things cannot be in men, because the Son of Man is not immortal.
Wait a minute. Oh my gosh. Go back to that verse, man.
For all things cannot be in men.
You ain't going to be perfect. You're not going to be whole. I said you're not going to be whole because you're a mortal man. Right? He said, read that over, man.
For all things cannot be.
You ain't going to get everything right. Because what? The Son of Man is not immortal. We're not immortal. We are mortal. We are mortal. We are mortal men. And God realized that somewhere down the line, you're going to err. Somewhere down the line, you're going to violate. Somewhere down the line, you're going to offend. I could only be whole and perfect in the laws that I know to be lawful and right by God, by not going back and forth. You can be perfect in wearing your fringes. You can be perfect in wearing 100% cotton wool, linen, and silk. Right. You can be perfect in observing the Sabbath day.
That's right.
And the things that we can't accomplish, God understands that. God understands that. There's certain things that we can't do.
Yeah.
But we put ourselves in that predicament. We did that to ourselves.
What is brighter than the sun? Yet the light thereof.
See, what's brighter than the sun? But there come a time when the sun ain't around. Right? And flesh and blood will imagine evil. You hear that? I said flesh and blood will imagine evil. You can't agree with, you can't fight that. I said, no, I'm not. I don't imagine evil. Yes, you do. There are times that you have imagined and thought about evil.
Yeah.
Everybody. Yeah. But what you do after you done imagine it? Do you follow through with it? Or do you correct yourself? Some of us follow through with it, and then when you're told that what you did was evil, you argue, and you debate, and you justify it. But we all gonna imagine evil. You know what it is? You know what the thing is? What happens after you imagine it? Most of us follow through with our thoughts. Most of us don't follow through with our thoughts. Because these are evil thoughts that we have to acknowledge and realize we have to fight these things. It's going to come. He vieweth the
power of the height of heaven. And all men are but earth and ashes.
Go to Numbers 16. He said, all men are but earth and ashes. God created Adam from the dust of the ground. Right? And when God created Adam from the dust of the ground, he blew into his nostrils the breath of life. And that breath of life is transferred through DNA. That's why a woman can have a child, be pregnant with a child, push the child out, and the child is born. Because it's transferred through what? Through the rib. Transferred through the rib. Go ahead, read. Let's read. Numbers chapter 16.
Chapter 16.
Read.
Now Korah, the son of Ishar, the son of Kohath, the son of Lewi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men. And they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown.
All right. Korah, the son of Ishar, grandson of Kohath, great-grandson of Levi, and leader of the rebellion of the Israelites against Moses and Aaron while in the wilderness. Okay? It said they rose up, verse 2.
And they rose up before Moses with certain men of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation.
250 princes, famous in the what?
In the congregation.
In the congregation.
Men of renown.
Men of renown. Famous means chosen. These men was chosen and selected and elected. Right? It says men of renown. Men of renown means Anshe Shem. Anshe Shem means highly honored. Right? These are the kings and the princes and the chiefs and the Kohanes, people that hold standards and ground within the congregation. See, certain things you don't expect from a head. And this is what we need to realize. We have these heads today, chief, king, prince. They have every title in the book, but he's a liar. He has every title in the book. When certain situations come up, he can't judge the matter righteously. Huh? So what's the look? This is not expected from you, old man. This is not. You don't have the qualities of a leader. You don't have the qualities of a head. Not everybody that we look at as head has qualities of being a head. Because we look at him because he's old and he's gray-headed. But that's not how God chose the elders. He said, choose you out able men. Then he looked to Moses and said, man, choose you out elders who thou knowest to be elders. There's a certain quality, certain discipline, certain character that comes with being an elder. Every old sucker ain't no elder. Time sheet.
Verse 3. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy. Every one of them.
Take too much upon you, seeing that the what?
Seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore,
seeing all the congregation are holy. Right? So the word for holy is Kedoshim. Kedoshim, it means to set apart. Right? Transcendence. Right? Saint. Right? It also means to go beyond ordinary limitations. Moving beyond physical needs and realities. Which means your needs don't count. Once I have decided to follow God. My needs has to be the needs of God. What God expects from me, those are my needs. What God requires of me, those are my needs. To set apart means to make somebody different. To cause you to be different from or better than others. But none of the godly men in the book never approached nobody else and said, I'm better than you. They just lived a better life. Because when you voice certain things, it denotes pride. When you say things like that, I'm better than you, man. You ain't better than that denotes pride.
Yeah.
I said that denotes pride. And when you show these pride, when you speak these proud words, guess what? It screeches in the ears of God. There's a certain sound that goes in the ears of God, which causes them to back up from you. So I don't like that. God don't like those type of talk. He said there are qualities and characteristics that sets people apart. That's why God gave us the laws, commandments, and statutes to separate you, to put a difference between you and the people, right? Shows that him or her is different from, and usually better than others. Yes, the laws of God will make you better than people. It will make you better. But what I'm saying is that we never said that. They never voiced it. Elijah, Elisha, Ezra, Abraham, Isaac, Yaakov, Moses, Aaron, Joshua. Nowhere, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, nowhere in the book you can show me. They call Jeremiah the weeping prophet. He wrote the book of Jeremiah. Next thing, he said, my head is full of waters. He said, man, sometimes he just sat down and cried. Then he came up with a book called Lamentations, where a part in the book it says God has compared the woman to the ostrich. You know why God compared woman to ostrich?
Ostriches don't breastfeed.
Birds.
You
know why?
They don't breastfeed.
Because he compared the woman to the ostrich, because when you have the baby, your breast is not for me to suck on. It's for the baby to suck on.
And the ostrich peck them away.
The babies are supposed to suck on it. But the woman complained and said that the baby is biting on it. So all you got to do is give him a little nip and let the baby suck on the breast. That's what God gave you milk in these breasts for, to feed the baby. Not for your husband. My children was sucking on the breast for a good 5 years. My son and my daughter was like 4 or 5 years, and when they get thirsty, they will go up in the bed, pull my ex-woman, my woman at that point in time, my woman's breast out, and they'll suck on it and drink. My father said he was in Panama in the swimming, stuff like that, doing this thing. So you had a lady sitting on a rock, her son, 5, 4, 6 years old, running around playing. He come back. She looked at him. She said, "You thirsty, huh?" He said, "Yeah." She pulled out his breast. He sucked on the breast and drink the milk. But we are strange. We are strange to God. We have strange ways. Because we quick to give the baby cow's milk, infant milk, powdered milk, every type of milk instead of the mother's milk. Cheetos.
They even stopped giving milk and just giving the babies powders, man. Chemicals. That's not.
This is what we're doing to the babies now.
Chemicals.
Tom, she. Hold on. To set apart means to keep apart from others. So who you think is separating Israel from amongst Israel? God! Why do you think you got so many camps? This camp branches off from one camp, call it a disunity. Then you got this camp over here. Then you got that camp over there. Then you got this camp over there. Hey, brother, every camp got a different mindset. Every camp that you go to have a different way or a different mindset of how to observe the feast of unleavened bread when there's only one way. Huh? Who you think is keeping, who you think is setting us apart and separating us? God.
That's right.
According to each and every one of your standards, God will liken you and cause you to lean towards this camp because that camp is just like you. So you're towards your liking. So you're going to go there. Notice that the whole camp think the same. And if one person don't think the same like the camp, he end up branching off. He end up leaving. And when he leave, he opens up his own thing. Where do you get the authority? And that's the problem.
That's what's been going on.
Everybody has. Where do we get the authority or the audacity to open up camps on our own?
Yeah.
On our own, man.
You got slow gas in your head. You want to open camp.
One brother will leave one camp, next thing, he on YouTube. A self-proclaimed teacher, bro. And now he on YouTube talking about he teaching the word of God. Man, go sit your You can't do that. You back in the 80s, you couldn't do that, man. You open up a camp. The only camp that was running back in those times, I'm gonna name them. You had Ben-Zaking, you had Hashaba, you had Beit Avshalom. Ben-Hadad was a branch off of Hashaba. They branched off from Hashaba and went to Ben-Hadad. Koshari. We had many camps. Now, you had countless camps.
They said like the 80s, right?
Yeah, 80s and 70s. You had countless camps. And know one thing, and understand this. Before Nasi Yaakov, who was the leader of Bnei Zakim, everybody called themselves what? Black Jews or Moors. He was the one that instituted Israelites. To set apart means to keep apart from others, to separate, to disunite. It means being dedicated to be used by God. Therefore, nobody else can have us. God done dedicated us and took us for a possession. Huh? Tom sheet.
Numbers chapter 16.
Read.
Verse 3.
Read.
And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron and said unto them, Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy.
He said, you take, what verse you at?
3.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them and
Read
the
that
Lord,
over. Read verse 3 over.
and they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron and said unto them, Ye take
too much upon yourselves, seeing all the congregation are holy.
Every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord.
Why you exalt yourself above the congregation of God?
And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face.
When Moses heard it, he fell upon his face. Which means what? He prostrated himself before the tabernacle of God. Right? Go ahead.
And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, Even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his.
Tomorrow God is going to show you who's his.
And who is holy.
And who is holy.
And who will cause him to come near unto him.
And who he will cause him to come near unto him. Even him whom he had chosen will he cause to come near unto him. Whom he had chosen will he cause to come near. Will he cause to approach. If you are chosen of God,
There's no way you're going to continue to boil your head and eat blood and fat. That means you're not chosen. That means you're not elected. Somewhere down the line, you're going to acknowledge your fault and say, man, I need to stop boiling my head. I need to stop shaving. I need to stop eating blood and fat. I got to stop going to beef jerky and buying chicken, buying ground beef. Stop going on Utica Avenue and buying whitings that's laying on the same slab with the octopus. Because God said put a difference between the clean and the unclean. God said put a difference between the clean and the unclean, holy and profane. So that's why you can't buy fish from those stores. You don't even know how to fish. You can't, listen.
It's only an egg sandwich, brother. It's an egg sandwich.
You got to put a difference between righteousness and wickedness, holy and profane.
That's right.
This is why when a woman become unclean, you don't sit all over the place.
That's right.
When a woman is unclean through her nidata, through her menstruation, you don't sit all over the place. You don't lay down all over the place.
That's
because
right.
when you sit, whatever you sit on and whatever you lie on, it's unclean. So now your clothes must be separated. The clothes that I wear in my menstruation should not be worn to Shabbat. Stop wearing your unclean clothes to Shabbat. Make a separation between holy and profane. Because if I'm doing the washing law and I have washed, if I touch something that a woman sat on in her nidata, in her menstruation, I become unclean. I can't touch nothing that she sat on or lied on. And nowhere in the book states that the chair becomes unclean when she becomes clean. No. And this is the problem in Israel. You have people that is teaching the laws of God with no understanding. Teaching the people that when a woman sit on a chair, that chair becomes clean when she becomes clean. But you can't show me that in the book.
That's right.
But I can show you where it says that chair is towards her, it's for her. It belongs to her.
That's right.
It's for her separation. Why do you think they separated the woman? So, how would the Creator cause you to come near to Him so that you can be one of God's chosen people? I said, how would the Creator cause you to come near to Him so that you can be one of God's chosen people? One of the things you need is having a conscience. I said, one of the things that we need is having a conscience. If you have a conscience, you're going to start making amends with God first. You're going to make amends with God first. You're going to make corrections with God first. And then the people you have offended. It's a feeling of obligation. It's a feeling that stirs up within you to make right that which you had done wrong. It's going to bug you to make things right that which you have done wrong. Huh? To come near means to approach. Go ahead, Tamshi.
Numbers chapter 16, verse 6. This do, take you censers, Korah, and all his company. Put fire therein.
This do. What verse was that?
That was 6.
Okay. This do. Take you censers.
And put fire therein.
Put fire therein.
Incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And
notice that incense was only burnt during the sacrifices, during the offerings.
Only.
As we read the book, the offerings of God, during the offerings of God, incense was burnt. They was only used during the offerings. So I don't burn incense in my house.
Why? Because incense was burnt during the offerings. Plain and simple. It's plain and simple. In Isaiah 66, it states that when you burn incense, you have blessed an idol. Right? It said, he that burneth incense. It said, he that burneth incense. In the Hebrew, it says lebona. Lebona means frankincense. He that burneth frankincense is as if he blessed an idol. When I looked up the definition of idol, right? It's awang. Awang is injustice, evil, right? What is injustice? Injustice is an unfair act. When you are unfair. So when anything you're blessed, you speak good about. So we have to watch and be careful about what we speak good about. Because the things that we speak good about, it may not be good in the eyes of God. So I have to watch what I speak good about because God don't accept it. So I shouldn't be speaking good about things that is against what God says. Time sheet.
And it shall be that the man whom the Lord doth choose, he shall be holy. Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. I'm at 8.
Go ahead.
And Moses said unto Korah, hear, I pray you, ye sons of Levi, seemeth it but a small thing unto you, that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel, to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister unto them?
They all had a place, man. These men had a place, but they wanted to come out of their place and start officiating. See, we all got a place. Each and every one of us got a place. Sometimes, or all the time, we jump out of our places. You have a place, man, that we need to be in and stay in.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
And he hath brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee. And seek ye the priesthood also? For which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord? And what is Aaron, that ye murmur against him?
He said, what is Aaron that you murmur against him?
And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, we will not come up.
We will not come up.
Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of a land that floweth with milk and honey?
Okay.
To kill us?
Your negative complaints is not against Aaron, but against God. So when we speak against the law, we're speaking against God. This is why we must watch our mouths. When we start saying things and talking and saying things that is forward or opposite from what the book says. We're speaking against God. Go ahead, read.
Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of a land that floweth with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness, except thou make thyself together a prince over us? Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that floweth with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of field and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? He will not come up. And Moses was very wroth, and said unto the Lord,
look what Moses told God.
Respect not
thou their offerings. Wait a minute. You know what that means, man? When he said, don't respect their offerings. The word for respect is panah, pei nun he. It means to turn to look towards. Reminds me of Genesis 4. When God told Cain that he did not regard Cain. He said, but I regarded Abel. So therefore, when Abel sent up his offering, God accepted Abel's offering because Abel was accepted. The only way God is going to accept your prayer, you have to be accepted. The only way God is going to accept the works of your hand, You have to be accepted. When we find out, see, we have to go according to a person's lifestyle now. And when your lifestyle is not adding up, it doesn't match. These laws, these commandments, this book, then I'm not praying with you. I can't pray with you. Because we do things that is contrary from God. Why I said I'm not praying with you. Samuel wasn't going to pray with Saul. Samuel wasn't going to worship with King Saul. You know why? Because he told him, how you want me to worship with you and God rejected you? God has rejected you from being king. He says, so if God rejects you, I got to reject you. I can't recognize you. I gotta back up. We accept people that God rejects.
That's right.
Why do we accept people that God rejects? And then I'm worried about your feelings. I'm like, man, listen, man, this is why we can't hold certain things. Listen, man, what are you doing outside Friday night, 1 o'clock in the morning?
That's right.
On the corner.
That's right.
And you want me to pray with you? No. I pray with myself. What are you doing out there?
Yeah.
There's nothing out there.
But death. I'm waiting around the corner for you.
And then when you get sore, you outside with niggas on Friday night. Well, hell, he got caught too. Ended up in prison on Friday night. Doing things that he ain't had no business doing. Sitting down and relaxing. And then in the morning, you want to come to the congregation of Bethel, the house of God, with garment and fringes on the turban, talking about shalom, brother. Shabbat shalom, ain't shalom.
Trying to hide your treachery.
Ain't no peace, man.
Right.
You can't do things contrary from God and think I could pray with you.
That's right.
No, I can't pray with you. Because you don't
Disregard the law.
You disregard law. God's law. So God did not accept Cain, but it never was specified why or what. There was something that he did or whatever it was that God didn't like. And Cain knew. He knew what it was. God looked at me and said, man, why your countenance falling, man? Why you looking all sad? Huh? I miss those days. Walking around here, your father just yelled at you, and now you're all to yourself. He said, hey, Mom, come over here. He said, man, I know you're angry. Hey, Shama, come here, man. I know you're angry. I know you feel the way. No, I ain't angry. But he tell. He could tell. He said, you got a tube. Something wrong with you. He said, it's all right, man. He said, go on in the kitchen and get me this and this and this and bring it back. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? No, ain't that something? The child supposed to bend to the parent.
And the parent bent to the parent.
And then the parent, look, my father at times bent to his kids and said, hey, son, come over here, man. He said, what's wrong with you, man? He said, you angry? You tight? That's all parents.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me I didn't call my daughter or my son over and ask me, oh, baby, come over here, man. I know you're angry. I know you tight. I know how you feel. I know you're angry. But that's the love of a parent towards a child.
I asked him about 10 times last week.
That's the love of a parent towards a child.
You all right?
Come on, man.
They always go.
I'm gonna go to my kids.
They're always gonna be concerned about your well-being.
That's right. Always gonna be concerned about your well-being.
That's right.
So you got 100.
Tom Sheep.
Respect not their offering.
Respect not their offerings.
I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them.
He said, I ain't take not one ass from them. He said, neither did I hurt one of them.
Verse 16. And Moses said unto Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. And take every man his censer.
Wait a minute. Hold that right there. He said, neither have I hurt one of them. Right? In the Hebrew, it's ra. Resh, ayin. Neither have I done evil to none of you. But we got to be truthful, man. He said, man, really be truthful and ask yourself, why am I angry with this brother? What evil did this person do for me to be angry with him? And when you ask yourself these things, you're going to say, wow, I really don't have no grounds for me to be angry. What's wrong with me? I need help. You need therapy. You need, what's wrong? But we're not truthful with ourselves, man. You don't ask ourselves these questions. Go ahead.
And Moses said unto Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. And take
thou, they, and Aaron tomorrow. Every last one of you dudes, I need y'all here.
And take every man his censer, and put incense in them, and bring ye before the Lord, every man his censer, 250
censers.
Thou also, and Aaron, each of you his censer. And they took every man his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, separate yourselves from among this congregation.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, he warned them. He said, listen, you two guys, I need you two guys to separate yourself. Separate yourself from among this congregation, that I may I'm going to consume them in a moment. But before I consume them, I don't want you there. Separate yourself. Because when they go down, it's going to go down.
It's touching.
When they go down, it's going to go down. So that's why we got to watch who we walk with. Because some people that we walk with are targets in the heavens with God. And because they are targets in the heavens with God, I don't want to get brushed. I don't want to get brush fire from your violation. What's coming for you, Reed?
And they fell upon their faces and
they
said,
fell upon their faces and said,
oh God, the God of the spirits of all flesh.
Who did that? Who fell on their faces? Moses and Aaron. Even though the people was wrong. They was wrong. But they fell on their faces and cried out for God, hoping that God would show mercy. He said, God, the God of the spirits of all flesh.
Shall one man sin?
Shall one man sin?
And wilt thou be wroth with all the
and you're going to be angry with everybody?
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
look what God spoke
speak
to
unto the congregation, saying, get you up from about the tabernacle.
Wait a minute. God was going to wipe everybody out. He was going to wipe everybody out. But because Moses and Aaron prostrated and cried out, he said, okay, all right. He said, get away from the tab, get away from these dudes' tabernacles. I'm going to wipe them out there. He was going to wipe everybody out. He was going to kill everybody. Go ahead.
And Moses rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram. And the elders of Israel followed him. And he spake unto the congregation, saying, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men. And touch nothing of theirs. Lest ye be consumed in all their sin.
Watch the things that you touch. Because the things that I touch and I take to myself could be an abomination in the eyes of God, could be cursed. And I end up being consumed in this great iniquity. Read.
So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram on every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood in the door of their tents with their wives and their sons and their little children.
Poor children, poor wives, poor sons, poor daughters. All these, their family caught a backlash from what the head of the household undid. The wives and the children are feeling the effects from what the father did. Now, because of what the head of the household undid, now the wife and the children is feeling the effects. So the head of the household has to be cautious about how he thinks and the things that he do that is contrary to God, because it will affect his house. I said it will affect his house.
And Moses said, hereby ye shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works. For I have not done them of mine own mind.
He said, I ain't do this of my own mind. It wasn't my idea to do this. Go ahead, read.
If these men die the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then the Lord hath not sent me.
Okay.
But if the Lord make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth and swallow them up with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord.
He said, go ahead, read.
And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder.
The ground clave asunder.
That was under them.
That was under them.
And the earth opened her mouth.
And the earth opened her mouth.
And swallowed them up.
And swallowed them up.
And their houses.
And
all
their
the men
houses.
that are
and everything that belonged to them.
Unto Korah and all their goods.
That's definitely a new thing. The earth opened up and swallowed up your tent and everything. And then closed back up. Go ahead, Tomshi.
They and all that have appertained to them went down alive into the pit. And the earth closed upon them.
This is the only people that went to the pit alive. Sheol. That's the place of the dead. Go ahead.
And they perished from among the congregation. And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them. But they said, lest the earth swallow us up also. And there came out a fire from the Lord and consumed the 250 men that offered incense.
A fire from God came down and consumed the 250 men that offered up incense. Read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning and scatter.
Hold that right there, right? In verse 30 it states, right? It says, but if the Lord make a new thing and the earth open the mouth and swallow them up with all that pertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then you shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord. The word for provoke is na'at, nun ayin zadeh. It means to despise God. It means contempt of God. Okay? Contempt of God is violation of God's law. It's the feeling that God is beneath consideration. You don't consider God. How do you not consider God? By not considering his laws, by not considering his commandments, by not considering his ways. To despise is when you despise God's law. Right? When you despise God, his laws are unimportant and treat it like it's not a big deal. You treat it lightly, right? Deep repugnance means to contradict or be inconsistent with God. Antagonism is to be opposite or opposition. Resistance or dissent. Dissent means what? Having a strong disagreement or dissatisfaction, with God's law. Resistance. The refusal to accept or comply with. Not complying. When you don't comply, you don't agree.
Tamshi.
Speak unto Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, that he shake up the censers out of the burning, and scatter down the fire yonder, for they are hallowed. The censers of these sinners against their own souls, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar. For they offered them before the Lord. Therefore they are hallowed, and they shall be a sign unto the children of Israel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial unto the children of Israel, that no stranger which is not of the seed of Aaron come near to offer incense before the Lord, that he be not as Korah and as his company, as the Lord said to him by the hand of Moses. But on the morrow, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, Ye have killed the people of the Lord.
That tell you right there something wrong with the people. They done seen the earth open up and swallowed up the tents of Dayton and Korah. They seen the glory of God. Then the next day they turn around and turn to Moses and Aaron and blame Moses and Aaron instead of recognizing that God did it. And that's what angered God. When you don't recognize that God is the one that did it, and you blame everybody else, you anger God. And that's what took place. Now look what God did. Tamshi.
And it came to pass, when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation.
So now the people done grouped up. They grouped up against Moses and Aaron. No, next thing, they turn and look to the tabernacle. The cloud comes down. That thick cloud with the glory of God inside the cloud come down and covers the entrance of the tabernacle. Go ahead.
Behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Get you up from among this congregation.
Get you up from among this congregation. See, this is the same congregation that God was going to wipe out. God was going to wipe them out. Look, he ended up hitting them up anyway. Go ahead.
That I may consume them as in a moment.
He said, get up, man. Move, get away from this congregation, because I'm going to consume them in a moment. Read.
And they fell upon
their faces.
Read. Moses said unto Aaron,
look what Moses says to Aaron.
Take a censer.
Put fire therein. From off the altar.
And put on incense. And go quickly unto the congregation and make an atonement for them. For there is wrath going out from the Lord. The plague is begun. And Aaron took as Moses commanded and ran into the midst of the congregation. And behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense and made an atonement for the people.
See, Aaron didn't even know the plague started. Moses was so elevated in the eyes of God that he was able to detect when the plague is out. So he hurried up and told Aaron, he said, listen, he said, the plague has begun. Go take you a censer, go get you some incense, and go make an atonement for the people. Quick. Go ahead.
And he stood between the dead and the living. And the plague was stayed.
So
now
there was some type of concoction that Aaron made to go and stand to stop that plague. The incense. In the Apocrypha, it states that the death angel gave respect to the holiness to the Lord, which was the plate that goes across Aaron's head. The 4 rows, 4 rows of the breastplate. We recognize that Aaron represented God. He's a representative of God. Go ahead, read.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700. Beside them that died about the matter of Korah.
Go to Exodus 16.
Exodus chapter 16.
Read.
And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month, after their departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses.
And the whole congregation murmured against who?
Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel.
Now, what does it mean to murmur? What does it mean to murmur? To murmur means to complain. And when you complain, you're not satisfied. We complain, no, it don't bother me. Yeah, but you're complaining. Why are you complaining if you're not satisfied? To express dissatisfaction of the action of others. Right? Go ahead.
And the children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full. For he had brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger.
You see, these people are something else. They cried out to God in Egypt to be delivered. They wanted to get out of Egypt. God finally delivered them and got them out of Egypt. So now they talking about, would to God we had died in Egypt? We should have stayed in Egypt. No appreciation. No acknowledgement. No appreciation. Go ahead.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread.
Now we have to realize that God put these people and proved them with certain instances. He put them through certain things to prove their faith and their obedience with God. So the Creator is going to put you through certain things to prove your faithfulness, to prove your obedience, to prove your virtue. Go ahead.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my law or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, and even then ye shall know that the Lord has brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord, for that he heareth your murmurings against the Lord. And what are we that ye murmur against us? And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full.
Verse 8. Go ahead.
For that the Lord heareth your murmurings, which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord. And Moses spake unto Aaron, say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel.
Okay, so it says, right? He said that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or not. The word for prove is nasad. Nasad means to prove. It also means to test. It also means to try. What does it mean to prove you? How does God prove us? God proves us by establishing the truth or validity of by evidence or demonstration. Evidence, like the way God has preserved certain evidence to approve the book, like the mountain of Sinai, that mountain. Like you found seashells on the highest mountain. Like they still have Lot's wife covered in the pillar of salt, held up with chains over a road. Like there was a place called the Cave of Machpelah. And all these things was preserved to prove the validity of the book. Right? God also proved us according to demonstration. A heavy demonstration. Go ahead, read. Now, hold up. Validity is what? Conforming to accepted principles. Able to agree to the accepted principles of God. To test. So when God tests us, the first thing God do is observes. Observation. We go under a phase of observation. Able, right? to see whether we are able to conform or agree with the laws of God. Then you go through evaluate to determine the value or worth of a person, to reveal to them who God is. Okay, go ahead. And your trial is a test of faith, your test of patience or stamina by putting you through suffering or temptation. God will cause you to go through certain sufferings to prove your faith and your patience with God. Okay, Tom sheet.
And Moses spake unto Aaron, saying unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before the Lord, for he had heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation.
What verse you at?
10.
Yeah, hold up. I missed some parts in there. Now I'm going back to verse 5. Stay at 10. It said, and it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. But this is done on what day? On the 6th day.
6th day.
Which means you can't gather on the 7th day. Which means you can't prepare on the 7th day. Which means you cannot arrange on the 7th day. The Hebrew word for prepare is hekinu. Hekinu means to arrange or to prepare. So everything that needs to be arranged or prepared should be arranged and prepared before the Shabbat day. See, the book teaches us the rules of the Shabbat. We can't make up our own rules. We cannot make up our own rules. Go ahead, Tom C.
Verse 10. And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked forward, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud.
What verse you at?
11.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and you shall know that I am the Lord your God.
These people murmured and complained against God, and God didn't kill them. God didn't wipe them out. For their murmurings and their complainings, he fed them. For their murmurings and complainings, he gave them water. For their murmurings and complainings, I sheltered you. See, not every time when a person is done you evil, you have to return to them evil. That's what I get from that. And this is what we need to get from this. We learn this by reading how God is. We returned evil to God, and God pet us and fed us, gave us something to drink, gave us something to eat, sheltered us. So you know what this is for? This is how we need to be dealing with each other. We don't deal with each other like this. I did you evil, you ready to do it back to me. Right. To show who's tougher. I ain't got to prove to you I'm tougher than you, and you ain't got to prove to me who's tougher than me. Because there is one that is tougher than both of us. The toughest and the baddest of them all, God. Right. So therefore, my job is not to prove to you that I'm tough. My job is to prove to you and to show you meekness and mercy and righteousness by how I deal with you. Not because you dealt with me opposite from the way I dealt with you. Tom G.
And it came to pass that at even the quails came up.
The quails came
covered
up.
the camp. And in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna, but they wist not what it was. And Moses said unto them, this is the bread which the Lord had given you to eat.
Okay.
This is the thing which the Lord had commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man, according to the number of your persons.
Gather of it every man or what? According to his eating. Okay.
An omer for every man.
An omer for every man.
According to the number of your persons.
According to the number of your persons.
Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over.
We still couldn't follow the rules. God said, carry an omer. Don't carry more, don't carry less. He said, but I'm going to prove them in the same situation, the same thing that we're complaining about. I'm going to prove them with the same thing, which is food. Go ahead.
And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over. And he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass
that word gather is the same word that the man got caught gathering sticks. But then we question ourselves and ask ourselves, where was the profaning of the Shabbat day? He profaned the Shabbat day by gathering. He got caught gathering sticks. He didn't caught kindling no fire. And God ain't going to kill you for your intentions of killing of no fire. He got caught gathering sticks, which means the action of gathering is work. You really think gathering is? Yes. That's what the book says. And we got to go according to what the book says. Even though if I don't agree with it, that's why we question it. We only question things that we don't agree with.
Right.
I said we only question things that we don't agree with. That's our problem. Train yourself to agree with God 1,000%. Whether you accept it or not. But I read it in the book where God agrees with it, so I have to train myself to agree with it. Tom Sheep.
And it came to pass that on the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread.
On the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread, because you can't go out in the field and gather nothing, because the action of gathering is work. So therefore, on the 6th day, you must gather double, because you're not going to find it in the field. Go ahead. What verse?
Middle of 22.
Tom Sheep.
2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Shabbat unto the Lord. Bake that which he will bake today, and seek that he will see.
Bake that which you're going to bake today. Boil that which you're going to boil today.
And that which remained over lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
Until the morning, read.
And they laid it up until the morning, as Moses bade, and it did not stink. Neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is the Sabbath unto the Lord. Today ye shall not find it in the field.
Today you ain't going to find it in the field. Read.
6 days ye shall gather it.
6 days ye shall gather it.
But on the 7th day,
but on the 7th day,
Shabbat,
which is the Sabbath, in it
there shall be none.
There shall be none.
And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And the Lord said,
they went out on the 7th day to gather. He said, but they ain't find nothing out there to gather. Look what God said.
And the Lord said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments?
Why these people continue to refuse to keep my laws, to keep my commandments? Go ahead.
See, but that the Lord has given you the Shabbat.
God has given you the Sabbath.
Therefore, He's given you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days.
The bread of 2 days.
Abide ye every man in his place.
Stay in your tent.
Let no man go out of his place.
Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day.
So the people rested on the 7th day.
So the people rested on the 7th day. Right. The word for rest is Shabbat. Shabbat means to cease, to desist, general strike, work stoppage, cessation, cessation means a process of ending. It comes upon the time when you have to end everything. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing, right? To rest means to cease from or being brought to an end. Go ahead.
And the house of Israel called the name thereof Mana.
Okay, go to Jeremiah chapter 2. Jeremiah 2. Got it?
Jeremiah chapter 2.
Tamshi.
Moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus
And when
saith
he
the
went
Lord,
to go cry in the ears of who?
of Jerusalem.
Of Jerusalem, you think he cared about how people felt? You think he cared about how people felt? I'm showing you people your wrong dealings before God. I'm showing you your wrongdoings before God. When we are dealing with these laws, commandments, and statutes, I got to stop considering how you feel. And I have to reiterate and show you where sin lies at, where your violation lies at. Tamshi.
I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth,
The kindness of thy youth,
the love of thine espousal,
the love of thine espousal.
when thou wentest after me in the wilderness,
When you went after me in the wilderness,
in a land that was not sown.
okay. He said, I remember when you was younger. When you was younger, you was better. When I first got you, you was much more better. You listened more. You did more. You was a better person when you was younger. Go ahead.
Israel was holiness unto the Lord,
Israel was holiness unto God.
and the first fruits of his increase. All that devour him shall offend. Evil shall come upon them, saith the Lord. Hear ye the word of the Lord, O house of Jacob.
Hear ye the word of the Lord, O house of Jacob,
and all the families of
and
the
all
house
the
of Israel.
families of the house of Israel.
Thus saith the Lord, what iniquity have your fathers found in me?
Thus saith the Lord, what iniquity has what?
What iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they are gone far from me?
You know what's the word for iniquity? Awel. Awel means injustice or wrong. What injustice have I done to thee? Huh? Now, we're going to learn what is injustice. Injustice is lack of fairness. When you're not fair, injustice is lack of justice. You know what justice is? Okay, we all know what fairness, being fair is. But you know what justice is? We ain't realizing what justice means. I'm hanging myself being around you unjust fools. You know how we hang ourselves by being around unjust people? Because things is being done unjustly and there's no justice being done. Either justice is pushed or I'm gone. Because I don't want God to look at me and put me in the same bracket. Our well is lack of fairness and lack of justice. Let me explain a little deeper into it. Lack of justice is when you went and stole from him, you were supposed to repay it back. Right. When these things are not upheld amongst the ranks, that's injustice. Which means we must uphold the judgments of God. Because when we don't uphold the judgments of God, God said you're unjust. So now, because injustice is going on in here, I got to separate myself. Because people really don't want to serve God. Because if you truly want to serve God, when you have committed a fault, when you have done wrong, you're looking for the what? to repair it. Sometimes to repair, it may take certain things to happen. An unjust act or occurrence, an unjust incident or an event, unjustified ill treatment of others. Tamshi.
Verse 5. What iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they are gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and are become vain?
What iniquity did you guys find in me, that you done walked away, that you done separated yourself from God? What did I do so wrong that caused you to run? Was I that bad? I took you and I housed you and I gave you land. You ain't had to plant nothing. I gave you a house. I did this for you. I did that for you. I did this over here. What sin did you find in me that caused you to grab up all the sheaves and run? You know what the sheaves is? The kids. That's what women do. When they get angry at you and things don't go their way, they snatch up all your kids and they run off. And you don't see them kids until they're grown. Now the bond between a father and his child, guess what? It ain't there. I'm gonna have more of a bond with this child because I was able to raise this child. But this other child, the mother took the child and ran off. I don't have the same bond. You think the bond is going to be the same between a child that's around the father than a child that's not around? Come on, man. You ain't going to have the same bond. The child's not around. In time, that bond breaks. Yeah, it breaks. In time. Tamshi.
Neither said they, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts, and of pits, through a land of drought, and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passed through, and where no man dwelt. And
look, man, why you think God brought us through that Sinai Peninsula? Why you think God brought us through there? Because our job was to truly and 100% trust in God that He who dwelleth between the cherubims was going to deliver us from this place. Bank on God. And that's what God wanted us to do, to bank on Him, trust Him. Go ahead.
I brought you into a plentiful country.
Into a plentiful country.
To eat the fruit thereof, and the goodness thereof. But when ye entered, ye defiled my land, and made mine heritage an abomination. The priest said not, where is the Lord? The priest said not, where is the Lord? And they that handle the Lord knew me not. And they that handle the Lord knew me not. Go ahead. The pastors also transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied by Baal, and walked after things that do not profit. You walked after things that don't profit. You have done things that does not profit in the eyes of God, that God don't accept. Go ahead. Wherefore I will yet plead with you, saith the Lord, and with your children's children. I will yet plead with you, even though we turned our backs on God. God still turned back around and plead with us, and plead with us, and beg for us to come back and return. Go ahead. And with your children's children will I plead. For pass over the isles of Chittim, and see, and send unto Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there be such a thing. If there ever been a such thing. Have the nation changed their gods, which are yet no gods? Have you read a nation that changed their gods? Had the Philistines ever crossed over from their deity to the nation of Israel? God? No. No nation changed over from their deity to serve the true and living God. Go ahead. But my people have changed their glory for that which doth not profit. Be astonished, O ye
Be
heavens.
astonished, O ye heavens, at this.
And be horribly afraid.
And be horribly
Be
afraid.
ye very desolate,
Be
saith the
ye
Lord.
very desolate, saith the Lord.
For my people have committed two evils.
My people has committed two evils.
They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and hewed them out cisterns and broken cisterns that can hold no water. Is Israel a servant?
Is Israel a servant?
Is he a homeborn slave?
Is he a homeborn slave?
Why is he spoiled?
Why is he spoiled? We continue to go in and out of captivity. In and out of captivity. In and out of captivity. Not acknowledging our faults and our wrongdoing to correct it. Go ahead. Listen, we look at this as captivity. Look up the definition of captivity and exile.
This is exile.
Every captivity had a time. Had a sentence when we are supposed to return. What is the sentence that God said about this?
No, there's no captivity. No sentence.
How many years are we supposed to be here?
This is banishment.
20 years? 30 years? This is banishment, man. This is banishment. This is exiled. We have been exiled. Hey, get the dictionary. Get the dictionary. Give me the book. I'm going to read to you the definition of exile. Now you sit there and wallow in your sin and think on that. Keep wallowing in your sins. The word exiled means what? All right? Exile means what? Forced removal. Was we or was we not forcibly removed from our own country?
Yes.
Why do you think you had the transatlantic slave trade? We was forcibly removed, man, to never return. You know why I said never return? Because there was no time limit on the time when we were supposed to return, like the 70-year captivity. We came back after 70 years. We came back after 70 years. This has no time. Be truthful with yourself, man. Oh, we're going to return back to... We're going to return where? Return where? We was forcibly removed. What's your question?
Wait. I was going to read up a verse, but...
Okay. Forced removal from one's country or home. Huh? A person expelled from his own country or home by the authority.
Expelled. Kicked out.
Kicked out.
Can't go back.
The one who was in authority was God. And you see how many chances God done gave us? Chance after chance after chance after chance. Then you got the diaspora. Look up that. Look up what the diaspora is. Or maybe I'll look it up for you. Right? Diaspora is a scattering. It's a scattering. God said he's going to scatter us all over the place. That's why you have Israel all over. You even got Israelites in China and Japan. All over. Right? The settling of scattered colonies of Jews outside of Palestine after the Babylonian exile. Huh? Come on, man. We've been scattered all over the place. All over the place we've been scattered. With no way of returning back. So now we have these Israelites talking about the 400 years is up. 400 years been up. But we still here. So it's sad to say that From here, you're going to the grave. You're going to die in the land of your enemies. That's where you're going. And if we...
That's reality.
That's reality.
That's reality.
And if we don't change our ways and become better before God, then you're not returning. You're not going to see that land. You're not going back to that land. You're not going to go back to that land. You ain't going to meet Abraham. God said King David is going back on the throne. Or maybe God is speaking with marbles in his mouth. No. But God said King David is going to rule again. So that tells you that there is something to expect after death. There is hope after death. But don't look for hope if we continue to sin presumptuously with God, overstepping our boundaries. There's boundaries and there's lines that we shouldn't be crossing. Tom Sheep.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 2, verse 15. The young lions roared upon him and yelled, and they made his land waste. His cities are burnt without inhabitant. Also, the children of Nob and Tapanes have broken the crown of thy head.
Treasure cities, Tom Sheep.
Hast thou not procured this unto thyself?
Hast thou not procured this unto yourself? Know what I mean? He said, man, you did it to yourself. Everything that's happening to you, you did it to yourself. So don't blame nobody. Go look in the mirror and talk to yourself and correct yourself. Go ahead, read.
In that thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God, when he led thee by the way. And now, what hast thou to do in the way of Egypt, to drink the waters of Sihor?
He said, what hast thou to do in the ways of Egypt, to drink the waters of Sihor? You continue with this Egyptian mentality. You continue to live your life in the ways and the customs of the Egyptian, just like today. What have you to do in the ways of America? We continue to live in the ways of these people. Go ahead.
Or what hast thou to do in the way of Assyria, to drink the waters of the river? Thine own wickedness shall correct thee.
Your own wickedness shall correct thee.
And thy backsliding shall reprove thee.
And your backsliding shall reprove thee. Read.
Know therefore and see that it is an evil thing and bitter that thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God. And that my fear is not in thee, say the Lord God. He
said, know therefore and see that it is an evil thing and bitter that thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God, and that my fear is not in thee. You have forsaken God. You have abandoned God. And the fear of God is not in you. You don't fear God. Read.
For of old time I have broken thy yoke, and burst thy bands, and thou saidest, I will not transgress. When upon every high hill and under every green tree thou wanderest playing the harlot. Yet I had planted thee a noble vine.
Okay, go to 1 Samuel chapter 25. Yet I had planted thee a noble vine. I had planted thee a noble vine. Which means what? You was just. At one point in time in history, you was a good child. The nation was good. Go ahead, Tom C. 1
Samuel chapter 25. And Samuel died, and all the Israelites were gathered together and lamented him and buried him in his house at Ramah. And David arose and went down to the wilderness of Paran. And there was a man in Maon whose possessions were in Carmel. And the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep,
3,000 sheep,
1,000 goats,
1,000 goats,
and he was sharing his sheep in Carmel.
The man is rich. You know what it is to have 3,000 sheep, 1,000 goats? That's a lot, man.
A lot of wool.
A lot of wool, Tom C.
Now the name of the man was Nabal.
Nabal.
And the name of his wife.
Now the word Nabal, You see, no brother, nobody named themselves Nabal. Nobody wants to name their kids Nabal. I ain't naming none of my kids no Nabal. Nabal means a fool. Right? And a fool is someone who lacks good sense.
Right.
Without regard for the consequences of your actions. You hear that? So even some of us that's doing law are fools. Yeah. We're fools. You know why? Because we don't have regard for the consequences of your actions. Okay? Okay? You're not worried about and you're not on point with your actions and the things that you say, how it affects others. Those are the consequences of your actions. So when we don't regard the consequences of your own actions, then you're a fool. All right? Go ahead, Tamshi.
Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail.
The name of the wife was Abigail.
And she was a woman of good understanding.
She was a woman of good understanding. Now we're going to learn the ways of a godly woman and how women today should be. See, this is the way, this is why God gave us this book. We read this book and we read about how the godly man was. We read about how the godly woman was. We read about how the evil man was or the wicked man was, and vice versa with the woman. And these are the things we stay away from and not do, or we do, right? So good understanding is Tobat Sekel, right? Tobat Sekel, it means prudence. It also means good sense, right? So now, prudence, it also means sagacious in matters or sagacious in affairs. It means shrewdness, all right? Now, what does good understanding is good sense. It's a discerning awareness able to detect beforehand. You are able to detect certain things before it happens. Okay? Prudence is the ability to govern and discipline yourself by using the reasoning of God. Okay? Sagacity and shrewdness in affairs. Sagacious in affairs means you can make godly decisions and judgment. Shrewdness in affairs is the ability to judge people and situations according to the judgment of God. Okay? Go ahead, Tamshi. She was what?
She was a woman of good understanding and of a beautiful countenance.
A beautiful countenance. She was a beautiful woman. Yafeh To'ar. It means demeanor. Yafeh To'ar goes according to her demeanor. Her demeanor is her outward appearance, her outward behavior, her mannerism, which means there is a certain behavior or mannerism that you must contain, that you must remain in, whether you get angry or not. Because now you're going to cause people to look at you in a certain way because of your outward behavior. Don't act that way. You shouldn't move that way. Stop getting loud. Don't be bold. Bold, the definition of bold is something else. A woman that's bold goes back and forth with her husband. She's daring. You know what that is? That's what the book said. Ecclesiasticus, Sirach, speaks about the bold woman that's daring. Okay? A demeanor is outward behavior. Your behavior determines how you think. I said your behavior shows how you think. Your behavior shows how you think. Okay? Your demeanor is your behavior towards others, the way you talk and your facial expressions. A person with a good demeanor will conduct oneself in a certain way regardless of the situation. Okay, go ahead, Tom C. He said she was a woman of good understanding and of a beautiful countenance. Abigail was a wise woman, and she was very beautiful. She was a baddie. Go ahead.
But the man was churlish and evil in his doings.
But the man was churlish and evil in his doings. You know how many of us are churlish? A lot of us is churlish. Because when you look into the definition of churlish, the Hebrew word for churlish is quashe. Quuf, sheen, hey. It means hard. And when you look up the definition of hard, it means not easily penetrated. You know what not easily penetrated is? I'm trying to get to you to show you where you're going wrong at. And if I can't get to you to show you where you're going wrong at according to the laws of God, you're churlish. I got to be able to talk to you. You're being difficult to deal with. I got to be able to talk to you to show you your faults. Not easily penetrated, lacking consideration and compassion.
Don't care.
Incorrigible. Incorrigible means incapable of being corrected. Yo, why you doing that? No, man, you don't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. And nobody can tell me nothing. Well, go to hell. You don't want nobody telling you nothing. Then go to hell then, man. Those are words that's not supposed to be coming out of godly men and godly women. You can't tell me nothing.
That's right.
Go ahead, man. Ain't good, I won't tell you nothing. You're hard to deal with. A stingy, morose person is not generous. A stingy, morose person is not generous. He don't give. He keeps everything to himself. He hoards everything. He's selfish. Time sheet.
And evil in his doings.
Evil in his doings.
And he was of the house of Caleb.
Uh-huh.
And David heard in the wilderness that Nabal did share his sheep.
David heard in the wilderness that Nabal did share his sheep. Read.
And David sent out 10 young men. And David said unto the young men, get you up to Carmel, and go to Nabal, and greet him in my name.
Get you up to Carmel. And when you get to Carmel, I need you to greet this guy in my name. Read.
And thus shall ye say to him that liveth in prosperity.
Uh-huh.
Peace be both to thee.
Peace be both to thee.
And peace to thine
peace
house.
Peace be to thine house.
And peace be unto
and
all
peace
that
be
thou
unto
hast.
all that thou hast. Because I want something from you. So because I want something from you, I'm going to also grant you peace. Exactly. I must humble myself. I can't come looking to receive with an attitude. Man, can I get this from you? He said, man, please, come on, man. You know I need it. Hey, wait a minute. Easy. You ain't going to get it like that.
Yeah, right there. You better humble yourself to your super.
You got to humble yourself.
Close the door.
Humble yourself because I'm trying to get something. So because I'm trying to get, I have to humble myself. Tom C.
And now I have heard that thou hast shearers.
He said, man, I heard you got shearers.
Now thy shepherds which were with us, hurt them not.
Your shepherds that was with us, we did not hurt them. The Hebrew word for hurt is heklam. Heklamun, right? It means to offend. Your shepherds that was with us, I didn't offend them. I didn't cause difficulty. I didn't cause discomfort or inconvenience them. That's godliness. If anybody is going to get inconvenienced, you inconvenience yourself. If you got children and I got children, don't inconvenience my son. My son is comfortable sitting right there, or doing this or doing the other. You know, you inconvenience your own son. But you know, your son is not going to like it. So you look at this man's son and inconvenience him. No, that's not godly. I'm not going to look to inconvenience nothing else. If I do any inconvenience, I inconvenience my own. I inconvenience my children and my woman. That's it. I will never inconvenience you or cause difficulty on you or cause you to feel discomfort. If I cause any discomfort, it's going to be on my own. I say, I'll give the order. Hey, yo, listen, yo, get up. Get up, bop, 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 bop. Let this person go there. Or let this happen here. Let's read.
Neither was there aught missing unto them all the while
Nothing
they were
was
in
missing.
Carmel.
All the while, while I was there.
Ask thy young men,
Ask a young
and
man,
they will show thee.
and they gonna show thee.
Wherefore, let the young men find favor in thine eyes. For we come in a good day.
We come in a good day.
Give, I pray thee,
Give, I
whatsoever
pray thee.
cometh to thine hand,
Uh-huh.
unto thy servants,
Uh-huh.
unto thy son David.
Uh-huh.
And when David's young men came, they spake to Nabal, according to all those words in the name of David, and ceased.
Uh-huh.
And Nabal answered David's servants and said,
Right.
Who is David?
Who is David?
And who is the son of Jesse?
And who is the son of Jesse?
There be many servants now.
There be many servants that break away.
From every man.
Every
his
man
master.
from his master.
Shall I then take my bread?
Oh, you hear
my
that?
water,
My. Should I then take my bread? Huh?
and my water,
My water,
and my flesh,
my flesh,
that I have killed
that
for
I
my
killed
shearers,
for my shearers,
and give it unto men,
and give it unto men,
whom I know not.
whom
whence
I
they
know
be.
not whence they be. Nabal was a selfish man.
He had a lot.
I said Nabal was a selfish man,
He didn't have
and he
to.
had it to
He
give.
didn't have to do that.
He didn't have to be that way. Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 25, verse 12.
Verse 12.
So
Read.
David's young men turned their way,
Read.
and went again, and came and told him all those sayings.
Uh-huh.
And David said unto his men, Gird ye on every man his sword.
Uh-huh.
And they girded on every man his sword. And David also girded on
He
his
said,
sword.
all right.
Pop
All right. You think it's a game? He said, I done did this man good. I was a wall to him. I did this for him. I did that for him. I did that for him. Go ahead.
And there went up after David about 400 men,
400 men.
and 200 are borne by the stuff. But one of the young men told Abigail, Nabal's wife, saying, Behold, David sent messages out of the wilderness to salute our master.
So one of the young men went to Abigail and said, listen, man, David done sent messengers out to the wilderness to salute our master. Huh? Go ahead.
And he railed on them.
And he railed on him. What is railed? What do you mean by being railed? Eyeing your tent. It means to scream at loudly, to be harsh, right? It also means verbal abuse, abusive language. Huh? Verbal abuse and abusive language is what demeans the dignity of a person by insulting them.
Don't tell me sticks and stones will break my bones, and words will never hurt me.
No, don't say that.
That's the ways of the heathen.
That's the ways of the heathens. Those are the proverbs of the heathens.
Proverbs of the heathen.
All right? Because God said, he said, a soft answer turned away wrath.
Teach.
Grievous words, hurtful words stirs up anger.
Talk about it. Talk about
And that's why King David got angry. And he started girding up his loins and getting his 400 men ready to take over.
it. Talk about it.
Right? Now, verbal abuse is using negative words or language that cause harm. To use harsh, condemnatory language. Go ahead.
But the men were very good unto us,
But the man was good unto us.
and we were not hurt.
We wasn't hurt.
Neither missed we anything,
Neither missed we anything.
as long as we were conversant with them
Uh-huh.
when we were in the field.
Uh-huh.
They were a wall both unto us by night and day.
Uh-huh.
All the while we were with them, keeping the sheep.
Uh-huh.
Now therefore no one consider what thou wilt do. For evil is determined against our master.
Evil was determined against our master.
And against all his household.
And against all his household.
For he is such a son of Belial that a man cannot speak to him.
You see how you can determine if you're worthless before God? You see how you can determine if you're worthless before God when you can't be spoken to. When no one can speak to you and say nothing to you without you getting all out of control. Tamshi.
Then Abigail made haste.
And
took 200 loaves,
2
bottles of wine,
5
sheep ready
dressed,
and 5 measures of parched corn,
5 measures of parched corn,
and 100 clusters of raisins, 200 cakes of figs, and laid them on asses.
You see their diet?
Oh man.
I said, do you see their diet?
Talking about dietary law.
Huh? You see what they ate?
Law.
And this is why it was no sin not to eat rice, but it was levels. That's why my father says, listen, I'm trying to gain some type of attention with God. He says, so my diet will only consist of what my forefathers ate. And the man didn't eat rice. He only ate beans, nuts, figs, bread that was baked in the house, seeds,
corn, grain,
fruits, vegetables, and bread, cheese,
wheat.
Why? Because you are trying to cause an impression in the heavens by doing it exactly to how our forefathers did it.
You're trying to connect.
You're trying to make some type of connection. Go ahead.
And she said unto her servant, go on before me. Behold, I come after you. But she told not her husband Nabal. And it was so, as she rode on the horse, as she rode on the ass, that she came down by the covert of the hill, and behold, David and his men came down against her, and she met them. Now David had said, surely in vain I kept all that this fellow had in the wilderness.
He said, surely in vain have I done all this. I held you down. I did this and I did the other. And I asked for some food and you can't give me that. He said, I did all this in vain. Tamshi.
So that nothing was missed.
You know why? Because David was expecting, because I did you good, I'm expecting you to return the good back. Yeah, you're going to expect it. And yeah, you're going to feel away. King David felt away. That's why he was going to wipe everything out. But because King David was a saint, he sent that woman to stop him.
Keep his feet.
He sent that woman to hold his feet.
Keep
his feet from violating the commandments of God. Tamshi.
So that nothing was missed of all that pertained unto him, and he hath requited me evil for good. So and more also do God unto the enemies of David.
He had requited me evil for good. He has returned me evil for the good that I have done to you. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. Go ahead.
So and more also do God unto the enemies of David, if I leave of all that pertain to him by the morning light any that pisseth against the wall. And when Abigail saw David, she hasted and lighted off the ass and fell before David on her face.
Abigail saw David, she hasted, lighted off the ass, and fell before David on her face and bowed herself to the ground. She prostrated herself. You see the humility of the woman in this book compared to the, I can't even say the humility of today. The woman today don't got no humility. There's no humbleness in the woman today, and there's no humbleness in the men today. None. Tamshi.
And fell at his feet and said, upon me, my Lord, upon me let this iniquity be. And let thine handmaid, I pray thee, speak in thine audience, and hear the words of thine handmaid.
So let me say a few words. Okay, go ahead.
Let not my Lord, I pray thee, regard this man of Belial.
Let not my Lord, I pray thee, regard this man of Belial, even Nabal. And I'm going to say it. I never read it here where God said she was wrong. So I ain't going to say she was wrong.
You better not.
I ain't going to say she was wrong. Well, she shouldn't have said that about her. Shut up.
You better not.
Not me. I ain't speaking to you. If I read it here where God says she's wrong, then I'm going to say she's wrong. If I read it here where God said, or God didn't have no rebuttal, or it never was said in the book where it said she wasn't wrong or she was right, I'm not going against what the book, you understand? Following after these words,
like Moses,
100%.
Like Moses, they say he sinned because he didn't speak to the rock. He struck the rock. No, he sinned because he didn't
sanctify the name of God.
So if God said
nowhere in the book states that he's violated or sinned or he was wrong for striking the rock.
Talk about it.
God said he's wrong because he didn't sanctify my name.
Talk about it.
But we have to add on.
Talk about it.
We want to take away. We want to continue to add on to what God says, to this book. And this is why we can't be one. Tom C.
Let not my Lord, I pray thee, regard this man of Belial, even Nabal, for as his name is, so is he. Nabal is his name, and folly is with him.
Folly is with him.
But I, thine handmaid, saw not the young men of my Lord, whom thou didst send. Now therefore, my Lord, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, seeing the Lord hath withholden thee from coming to shed blood, and from avenging thyself.
Wait a minute, there you go. He said, what verse is that?
That's verse 26.
26. He says, now therefore, my Lord, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, seeing the Lord hath withholden thee, hath held you back from coming to shed blood and from taking vengeance. God held King David back from avenging himself against who? His own people.
Nabal. That's right.
We cannot take vengeance against each other.
That's right.
You know what we take vengeance?
Head,
you know what we take vengeance on?
Heathens.
Heathens. But the man serves God. I can't take vengeance on him. I can't do nothing to him.
That's right.
I gotta leave him alone. Let God handle him.
Right.
That's right.
Let God handle him. Because certain things, the things that I'm taking vengeance on, there's no penalty. There was no penalty for what Nabal did. We got to realize this, man. There was no penalty for what Nabal did. When there's no penalty for what you do, then you have to let God deal with it. You got to let God deal with it. Tom C.
Now let thine enemies and they that seek evil to my Lord be as Nabal. And now this blessing which thine handmaid hath brought unto my Lord.
This blessing which your handmaid hath brought to God, brought to your Lord.
Let it even be given unto the young men that follow my Lord. I pray thee, forgive the trespass of thine handmaid. For the Lord will certainly make my Lord a sure house.
A sure house.
Because my Lord fighteth the battles of the Lord, and evil hath not been found in thee all thy days.
You know what she said to him? She said, evil had not been found in thee all your days. Listen, man, King David was a heavy. What verse we at?
Verse 29.
Go ahead.
Yet a man is risen to pursue thee, and to seek thy soul. But the soul of my Lord shall be bound in a bundle of
what she said? She said, yet a man is risen to pursue thee. So how in the world did Abigail knew who King David was? But he didn't know who King David was. He talking,
that was sarcasm.
He being sarcastic.
That was like God.
Abigail knew who King David was. How everybody knew that King David was being chased by Saul. She said, a man is risen to pursue thee and to seek thy soul. But the soul of my Lord shall be bound in the bundle of life with the Lord thy God and the soul of thine enemies. Then shall he sling out as out of the middle of a sling. Read 30.
And it shall come to pass when the Lord shall have done to my Lord according to all the good that he has spoken concerning thee, and shall have appointed thee ruler over Israel, that this shall be no grief unto
thee. Wait a minute. That this shall be no grief unto thee. This is deep. The word for grief is pourquoi. Pei shabuz kuf hey. It means that this shall be no stumbling block. This, a stumbling block is what causes you to fall into waywardness, into iniquity. A wayward person resists guidance. You hear that? So keep it up. I said a wayward person resists guidance.
Okay. Sound like a scorner.
You know what guidance is? Yo, man, don't do that, man. You shouldn't do that. It's against the law.
Advice.
Counsel.
Counsel.
Yo, man, don't do that, man.
Counsel.
I respect it. You must respect it. Counsel and advice. Guidance. But you get all emotional and do what you want. You're wayward. You are a wayward person. A wayward person resists guidance. A wayward person is self-willed. You know what self-willed is?
You do what you will.
I do what I want.
Do what you will. Do what thou will.
I do what I want, and ain't nobody can tell me nothing.
Do what thou will.
That type of mentality is what caused destruction.
Alistair Crowley mentality.
All right? Perverse and willful in their ungodly conduct. Doing what you want in a way that is difficult to control, despite the orders, despite the feelings of others. Okay? Go ahead.
That this shall be no grief unto thee, nor offense of heart.
Wait a minute, nor offense of heart. The Hebrew word for offense is mikshol. You know what it means? A hindrance. You know what a hindrance is? If God would have allowed King David to avenge himself, he would have held himself. It would have been, by him doing that, that would have held him back. Right. A hindrance is something that holds you back. Certain things we can't, look, man, a hindrance is something that holds you back from reaching the height of righteousness. So just by King David avenging himself would have held him back and limited him. It would have limited him in righteousness. Right. See, we do things that limit our righteousness. That's deep, man.
That's deep.
Tom C.
Either that thou hast shed blood causeless, or that my Lord hath avenged himself. But when the Lord shall have dealt well with my Lord, then remember thine handmaid. And David said to Abigail, Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, which sent thee this day to meet me. And blessed be thy advice, and blessed be thou, which has kept me this day from coming to shed blood, and from avenging myself with mine own hand. For in very deed, as the Lord God of Israel liveth.
He said, for blessed be thy advice. Blessed is your reasoning. Blessed be thou, which has kept me this day from coming to shed blood, and from avenging myself with my own hands. Even the godly men, if you are godly, you will take heed to guidance and advice and counsel. The most godliest men in the book had counselors, man. Somebody got to be able to come to you and tell you something.
Solomon had counselors.
Tom C.
For in very deed, as the Lord God of Israel liveth, which had kept me back from hurting thee, except thou hadst hasted and come to meet me, surely there had not been left unto Nabal by the morning light any that pissed against
He said, if you didn't come and meet me, he said, everything would have been done. Everything would have been dead. Every op shot. Go ahead.
So David received of her hand that which she had brought him, and said unto her, Go up in peace to thine house. See, I have hearkened to thy voice, and have accepted thy person. And Abigail came to Nabal, and behold, he held a feast in his house. Like the feast of a king.
Like a feast of a king.
And Nabal's heart was merry.
He was merry within him.
For he was very drunk.
He was drunk.
Wherefore she told him nothing. Less or more. Until the morning light.
Because it ain't the time.
Time and a place for
it ain't the time. I'm enjoying myself at a feast. I'm merry. I'm drinking. You know what? I can't tell you this right now. So let me hold this back until later time. Go ahead.
When it came to pass in the morning, when the wine was gone out of Nabal, and his wife had told him these things, that his heart died within him.
Heart attack. God killed him.
And he became as a stone.
Which means what? what Nabal did, God didn't like. What Nabal did, it wasn't right.
But it wasn't up
God,
to David.
it wasn't for David to correct it.
Place.
I said it wasn't for King David to correct it. God hates when a person has done you good and you return me evil for the good that I've done to
You're going to
you.
come see that.
These are things, now we have learned what limit us in righteousness.
Yes.
That's one of them.
That's wonderful.
This is one of them that limits you in reaching and elevating with God. When I don't return good for the good that a person did to me. See, the book teaches us that.
That's right.
The book teaches that,
Teach,
man.
brother.
And you got to hope that God open your eyes to these things so that you can be better in the eyes of God first.
That's right.
And by me being better in the eyes of God first,
That's
then
right.
I'll be better in the eyes of man.
Right.
Go ahead.
Teach.
And it came to pass after 10 days after that the Lord smote Nabal that he died. And when David heard that Nabal was dead, he said, "Blessed be of the Lord that hath pleaded the cause of my reproach."
He said, "Blessed be God that has pleaded my cause." He said, "Blessed be God that has pleaded my cause." What verse we at?
Verse 39.
Uh-huh.
And when David heard that Nabal was dead, he said, "Blessed be the Lord that had pleaded the cause of my reproach on the hand of Nabal, and had kept his servant from evil."
Now, like I said, we have to realize and understand that certain things we can't handle. Certain things we must leave alone.
To God.
We must leave certain things to God.
Target.
There is no
Target.
punishment for this situation.
Yeah, target.
I must leave you alone.
Yeah, leave him alone. Can't bust his head.
Can't bust his head.
As much as I want to.
As much as you want to. Leave him alone.
Can't.
Leave him alone. Plain and simple. You don't need God frowning at you, man. When we take things in our own hands, when we take certain things in our own hands, God is going to frown on you. Because he would have frowned on King David. Why do you think he stopped him? And we're dealing with the same God. It's the same God then, the same God now. Be on point with yourself. I said be on point with yourself. Being on point with yourself, you acknowledge this. Acknowledge, and then you're going to tell yourself, I must leave it alone. See, this is what God is looking for, man. That's what God is looking for. That when you hear certain things that fits you, you recognize it and you pull back. And you apply it. And that's good on your behalf that you recognize that. That's good on our behalf that we can recognize these things and pull back.
Right.
So that I don't need God frowning at me.
Okay.
Not me. Let's read.
And David sent and communed with Abigail to take her to wife. And when the servants of David will come to Abigail the Carmel, they spake unto her, saying, David sent us unto thee to take thee to him to wife. And she arose and bowed herself on her face to the earth, and said, Behold, let thine handmaid be a servant to wash the feet of the servants of my Lord.
Who said that? Who said that? Yeah, read that over.
And she arose and bowed herself on her face to the earth and said, Behold.
What verse is that?
This is 41.
Go ahead.
Behold.
She said, Behold.
Let thine handmaid be a servant.
Let thy handmaid be a servant.
To wash the feet of the servants of my Lord.
To wash the feet of my servants. It'd be an honor for me to wash your feet.
Your servants' feet.
And your servants. Man, listen.
That's how humble they was.
That's how humble these women was, man. The humility and the humbleness that we read about with these men and women today in this book.
She referred to herself as thine handmaid.
Far from bold.
Time sheet.
And Abigail hasted and arose and rode upon an ass with 5 damsels of hers that went after her. And she went after the messengers of David and became his wife. And David also took Ahinoam of Jezreel, and they were also both of his wives. But Saul had given Michal, his daughter, David's wife, to Phalti, the son of Laish, which was of Galim.
Now realize something. This didn't happen nowhere in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Once you married, the reason why Saul did that, he had an evil eye against David.
Mm-hmm. He had the evil spirit.
He had the evil spirit from God upon him. And because he had this evil spirit of God upon him, he went and took the man's wife and gave him the patriarch. And gave her the patriarch. So, and with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. The next speaker. Check this out, brother.
Come on. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girt with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that had many children is waxed feeble. The Lord kill it and make it alive. He bring it down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord make it poor and make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up. He raised up the poor out of the dust, and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. And the Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointing. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shall I labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work,
thou,
thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in the midst,
the sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ass.
Nor his ass.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Shavuot. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, but thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Give all due respect. Princemen, chief men, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters, I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
Okay, before I go into what I have for today, I just want to go back into the chapter that Chief Shammah just brought, right? Back into 1 Samuel 25, where it says, where it has a list of the food that she brought. Go back to that. I just want to go over one thing in there real quick that I noticed. Verse 18. Go back to 1 Samuel chapter 25, verse 18. It said, Then Abigail made haste and took 200 loaves and 2 bottles of wine, 5 sheep ready dressed. Now I looked up that word in the Hebrew. It means prepared. Asa means prepared. It means 5 sheep prepared. Those sheep weren't alive. The food was already prepared. Okay? So our flesh comes prepared. Yeah. Our preparation for our flesh is that the blood is out and the fat is out.
That's right.
Then you can season your food, you can boil it, fry it, bake it, however you want.
That's right.
To dress something is to prepare it for consumption. Or prepare it for use.
That's right.
So when and there's another part in here where it say Abraham dressed the calf. Dressed means they prepare it for consumption. Okay? Everybody has a different way to dress their flesh that they eat. All right? I just wanted to point that part out. That's why it says ready dressed, because the blood and the fat was out. This was something he didn't have to ask, because everybody followed this command. Okay? Now, we're going to move right on ahead. Just remember, when you're going to see it in other parts where it said ready dressed, that means that food was prepared without the meat, the flesh was prepared without the blood and the fat. And it was, it didn't die of itself. See, we didn't eat flesh that died of itself. God said we shall not eat flesh or any animal that died of itself. Now, there are times, we get sick and die, right or wrong. Right. We get sick and we get diseased and die, right? Humans, right? Yeah. Animals too. Insects also. Even rats. Yeah, they get sick. The cat gets sick. Dogs get sick. They sneeze. They cough. So the animals that we eat, they can get sick also. Okay? And they can also die from the sicknesses that they get. That's why you hear on the news all the time, they have a recall. Oh, it's a recall for this. It's a recall for that. It's a recall for this. Oh, bring a chicken recall, beef recall. Because the animals are sick and they're still preparing it and putting it out there for the people to eat. Okay? So even if it got the blood and the fat out of it, that animal was sick and it died of itself. So how do you know? How do you know that the burger you eating, the animal didn't die of itself? How do you know?
That's right.
How do you know that this animal didn't have scurvy or when? But these are diseases. These are diseases, okay, that flocks, herds carry, okay? How do you know that? But God said, you shall not eat of anything that died of itself.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
It's kosher.
Let's before we go into the blood and fat, right?
It's kosher.
Let's go into that first.
It's kosher.
How do you know that this particular animal that you eating from did not die of itself? How do you know if the person that slaughtered it knew it was sick and still killed it and sold it to you? How do you know this?
I just say kosher, bro.
Kosher. Kosher, that means it's been prayed over.
Blessed with the idol.
No, it's been prayed over by a rabbi. That's all. That's all it means. Kosher means a rabbi came and prayed over it and said, "Here you go."
And blessed it with the
Okay,
idol.
that's all that means. Same thing with the imam.
Same thing. Same thing.
Same thing. What they call it? Halal. Halal is the same thing.
Blessed with
Halal and kosher is the same thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
A man came and prayed over it.
Yeah.
And validated it for you to eat.
For you to eat, monkey.
Not God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All these things are religious natures. All these things are rituals.
Talk about
So like I said before we get to the blood and fat, how do you know if that animal did not die of itself?
Talk about it. Amen.
Okay. They have mad cow disease. We know about that, right? Y'all heard about that? Y'all ain't never heard about that? Mad cow disease. At least 4 times in my life, there's been a recall of meat because of mad cow disease. You know how mad cow disease develops? From dead bodies. You know how that happened? Cows that were sick were not separated from the healthy cows. Okay? And those bacteria and viruses spread. And that's how all the animals got contaminated. They do not live by these commandments. The people you buy your food from do not live by these commandments. They don't prepare food the way God commanded you to prepare food. Just remember that part. Look, I ain't even get to the blood and fat. We didn't even get there yet. Because first you got to make sure that animal was healthy. How do you know if an animal is healthy? Do you know? Do you know how to check right now? Do you know what to look for? Where to look for in the animal? Does anybody know? See, this is knowledge that a lot of people don't know. This is knowledge that they knew. Okay? They knew. And our knowledge about these animals were different because we had rules to go with it. Okay? The Moabite didn't have those rules. All you got to do is go there, kill it, skin it, put it on a pan and fry it and eat it. Like Israelites do today. The only thing is, you didn't make your own kill. At least they made their own kill. They knew it didn't have the blood and the fat in it, and they knew the animal was healthy. Okay? Moving on along. So anytime you read, a cat ready dressed, that means it was prepared for consumption by the laws of God. Okay, we're going to Genesis first. Okay, Genesis. Genesis chapter 22. God said, look up to Abraham, right? Why he said look unto Abraham? For what? Look unto him to be the example.
Example.
There's many godly men in this book. Great godly men in this book, right? God said follow. He said follow Abraham. There's a reason why he said follow Abraham.
Talk about it.
No.
So the
What Abraham had in him, his descendants didn't have it. I'm not talking about Jacob and Isaac. I'm talking about the people that came after.
Down the line.
They had a quality. He had a quality that God told the nation hundreds of years later. Look towards Abraham. This is the reason why you guys are here. He's the one. He's the best one. Look towards him. Because we didn't hear where Abraham did any evil.
Right.
Where he had any evil thought. Where he did anybody any evil.
The heathens called him
okay?
a prince.
They said, you are a prince among us. He was being humble among them. He said, nah, okay, I'm a prince, but I'm still bow. Oh, but since I'm a prince, okay, I get the discount? No. He didn't have that type of mind. He said, nah, man, I want to pay for my thing. That's another thing. You don't want to get things free all the time. You're not looking to always get over or get without paying.
Or jerk someone.
Okay, or jerk someone out of it. Because now when you jerk someone, you stole. When you jerk somebody, you stole from them. You robbed them. No, it don't matter. God said, thou shalt not steal. Because he a heathen now and he don't serve God. Is it okay for me to break God's commandments on him?
Talk about it.
No.
Talk about it.
No.
Yeah,
you got this all wrong.
Teach us.
Okay? He said, follow Abraham. Because the way that Abraham, his ways, what he had in him, the way he was, that's what drew. He wasn't doing law.
The commandments.
He wasn't doing law. He wasn't doing commandments.
There was no commandments.
So what made God appear to Abraham out of everybody in the planet?
His ways, his heart. How you treat
What he got in him.
Yeah, we got in him.
Because as soon as he spoke to him, he said, walk before me and be thou perfect. He said, and if you do my laws and my commandments and my statutes and my judgments, my charge and my order and obey my voice, I will make your seed plenteous as the stars in the sand. And I'm going to give them this land that you're walking on now. Abraham believed that.
Immediately.
That's what he believed.
No doubt.
It wasn't like God gave him a commandment and he believed the commandment. He said, look, if you do what I say, and I ain't even telling you the commands yet. He didn't tell him the stipulations yet.
Nope.
He said, but if you walk before me, you're going to be perfect. That's the only way to be perfect. To walk before God the way he prescribed the manner for man to walk in. So he said he believed him. So he's caught. Abraham is caught. He's caught up now with God. Because he hearing something that, God talking about my kids, I'm going to have a nation come out of me. I'm not even going to be here. And they're going to walk everywhere where I'm walking right now. He believed that. That was counted to him as righteousness. Why God said, hey, man, that's righteousness. Because if you believe what I'm telling him about if he do this, that, and the third, about the future, what I'm telling him about the future, he's going to do these commandments.
Right.
In order to get that future.
That's right.
So our first thing, we don't believe nothing.
That's right.
Because the fear comes from belief.
That's right.
Okay? Abraham did not know God until he appeared to him.
That's right.
So he had qualities in him, and it shows when we read about it. Okay, Tom Sheep.
That's right.
And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham.
Even after he said after, and it came to pass. You know what came to pass means? Came to pass means time passed. Time passed. Abraham following all of God's commandments, and he still got tested.
Following God's charge.
And he still got tested.
Yeah.
So he said, okay, look. Yeah. Because he said God tempted Abraham. When God tempts you, he's testing you. He's going to put something that you like.
Pull your strings.
Right? Or you're attracted to.
Press your buttons.
Right? But you know it's against God's rules. But he's going to make it available to you. He's going to make it accessible to you.
That's right.
He's going to make it easy for you to break his command.
That's right.
That's how you tempt you. So, okay, let me see what you're going to do now. Look, it's hard. It's a hard thing to hold yourself. It's a hard thing to hold yourself back and refrain That's what makes you a hard man. Okay? That's what makes you tough. You say, well, it's an easy thing to just go in, just like everybody else. So God is tempting Abraham. And look at what he tested. When God tests you, he gives you the ultimate test. You don't give you no little quiz. Little pop quiz. You get the citywide test. Jump shit.
And he said, take now thy son, thine only son, Isaac, whom thou lovest.
Take now your son,
Your only son.
thine only son.
Rub it in his face.
Yeah, just throw it.
Your only son, whom thou lovest. I know you love your son. Everybody in here that got kids love their kids. Every man loves his son. That's his pride and joy, his son. He said, take that dude. Remember this history now. He couldn't have nothing. He couldn't have none with Sarah.
The wife couldn't have him.
He had to have a child with Hagar. Okay? But the blessing ain't going through Ishmael.
Right.
God revealed to him in the future he's going to have a child
Sarah gonna get birth.
Isaac. Okay? I'm going to give you a child named Isaac, and all this is going to go down. You're going to have your nation. Right? He said, take that guy that you love the most. He said, and get thee into the land of Moriah. There's a mountain over there called Mount Moriah. That's the area where the temple grounds was later built on. That's the area where Jacob saw the ladder in his dream. That specific spot is special to God. Later on, that's where the temple was built on. Okay? He said, go into the land of Mount Moriah and offer him there a burnt offering. You know what that means? Instead of a goat, you take your son and sacrifice him.
You ain't saying one more time.
What? You said you was going to give me him? But how you going to give me a son and then kill him? None of that came in age. This is the difference. This is why we have to follow him. I'm going to show y'all the reason why God said follow him.
That's right.
Because we test you with this stuff here, we're going to fail it.
Yeah, we're going to fail.
Who do you really love?
We're going to fail.
God want to see now. He said, man, the thing that Abraham loved most is his son.
Let me see if he'll put
Let me see if
that over me.
Let me see.
Let me see.
Okay? Because I gave you him.
That's right.
I made you and gave you life, and I made him.
Teach. We'll put
Okay?
your children over
So
God.
I want to see what you're going to do now.
That's
So
right.
this is the test. This is the
Don't put your children
temptation
over God.
of Abraham.
That's right.
Time
Teach.
sheet.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass, and took two of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave
mind
the
you,
wood.
As a footnote, I'm going to put a footnote in here. We never got to hear Abraham's thoughts. So we can't say, oh, he was thinking this and he was thinking that.
Heard up.
His
actions showed.
His actions showed.
What he was thinking.
All right, cool.
His actions showed what he was thinking.
I'm not going to question. I'm not questioning my Lord. I'm not going to question my master. I'm not going to question my teacher. I'm not going to question my mother. I'm not going to question my father. I'm not going to question the ones in authority of me.
Yeah.
That's right.
Even though they said this, right? And what they're telling me now is a different thing, right? Look. That's not me. That's not for me to think about. They thought about that already. They said they probably said, well, this is a better situation. I'm just gonna go do what is ordered. We do too much thinking. Follow an order, you don't have to think. To follow an order, you don't have to bust your brain. I did the thinking for you already. That's what Abba used to say. He said, man, he said, what you thinking? He said, you thought what? He said, you thought what? He said, I did the thinking for you already, man. Go ahead and do what I told you to do.
That's right. Teach. That's right.
And this is what we are, is how we are supposed to be all the time.
That's right.
Why did you start thinking? What made you start thinking? Where did these thoughts come from? My evil self.
That's right.
My evil self don't like me to follow a simple command.
That's right.
That's how That's how bad wicked is against good. Do you understand that?
Okay, brother.
It don't even have to come from the book of the law. An order. Hey, man, don't nobody touch this. Somebody's going to come and touch it.
That's right.
Oh, man, why we can't touch it? What's wrong with it? That's our problem. Some shit.
And clave the wood for the burnt offering. It rose up and went unto the place of which God had told him.
Okay.
Then on the third day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off.
3-day journey. 3-day journey. All right. He got his son with him, and he got his young man with him. Roll on.
And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship and come again to you.
So when they got close to the place, he told the young men, y'all stay here. Okay? Hold, stay here with the asses and everything. We're going up in the mountain now. Now they're going up into the mountain. They're going up. All right? Okay? He said, we're going up there to worship. He said, stay here. We're coming back to you. Township.
And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and they went both of them together.
You already had a fire lit. You already had a fire lit. Okay? The wood, he gave it to his son. His son took it, held it, and they're going up now. Township.
And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold, the fire and the wood. But where is the lamb for a burnt offering?
He's been around long enough now to know the procedure.
He's gonna set up a few.
Usually he see his father, he's a fire, wood. He usually had a lamb there. He said, but now I don't see it. And we going up in this mountain.
What are we gonna sacrifice?
You're walking up there like you got the sacrifice already. Where's the sacrifice? It's an innocent question. Because this is what he's trained and used to. Township.
And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and the knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father and said,
Go to verse 8.
And Abraham said, My son, God will provide him a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together.
He said, God will provide himself a lamb.
Prophecy.
Did he lie?
No.
Did he lie?
Prophecy.
Did he lie?
No.
Watch your mouth. Because I heard people say he lied here. Watch your mouth. Okay? He's not going to tell him, well, look, son, I got to take you up there and kill you.
Well, stop walking.
That wouldn't be the wise thing to do. Even though Isaac is a very, very listen.
It's going to mess his head up. Like,
but still,
yeah.
I'm not going to let you know what's going on until it happens.
That's right.
God told me to do this.
Right.
All right? He said, don't worry. God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. Because he said, God provide himself a lamb. Because the offering is to who? God. Township.
And they came to the place which God had told them of. And Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order.
So what is the altar for? What is an altar for? For sacrifices.
For sacrifices.
That's what an altar is for.
That's right.
An altar is for sacrifices.
That's right.
Nobody should have an altar. Nobody should be making an altar.
That's right.
Yeah. Because I know guys that's making altars. They make altars for people. Altars were built to sacrifice to the Lord. Okay? The heathen make altars in commemoration of the dead.
Yes, sir.
Somebody dies, and I take this stand here, and I put pictures of the person that dies up here. Light a candle. I put a plate with nuts in there, peanuts in there, and put wine there and all that. This became an altar. You know that, right?
That's right.
I turned this into an altar because I'm worshiping the dead upon this platform. The altar is a platform used for you to sacrifice the animals to God.
Sort of like the grill nowadays.
I was about to say that. The grill.
Okay.
You want to grill some meat?
Okay. And that's what
I'm talking about grill the meat, get the blood out. The grill don't get the blood out. It just burns fat.
See, these people here got rid of the blood.
So
They got rid of the blood once they took the head off the animal.
yeah,
That's how you dress it.
yeah,
I'm gonna tell y'all this every week.
yeah.
The right way to slaughter an animal is to take the head off. That ensures it ensures how much blood come out.
Yeah.
When you take the whole head off, all the blood come out. And this is something that I've seen with my own eyes. It's not something somebody told me or I read or looked up on Google. I saw this with my own eyes. Okay? I went hunting with men that know how to hunt when I used to live upstate New York, hunting deer. And I watched that deer bleed out for hours.
Yeah.
For hours, man. By like around 5 to 6 hours later,
It's crazy.
you see it just dripping. You walked up, yanked the legs, and you see more come out. After a while, nothing was dripping out. Nothing was coming out of it. That's how our forefathers got rid of the blood out of the animal.
Yeah.
That's why they were able to eat the animal the same day. If they have to eat an animal, if there's no way to get the blood out the animal, they're not going to eat it. I'm not going to eat it.
That's right.
How about that?
That's right.
For those who say you can't get it out. And like Chief Malak was just saying, blood don't evaporate.
No, you don't cook it out. You can't cook it out.
It becomes part of the meat.
Yeah.
It starts looking the same color as the meat.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
Right or wrong?
Talk about it.
It congeals.
Yeah,
Talk
monkey.
about it.
That's why you
Talk
blow
about
your
It
head.
congeals.
Because you eat blood.
Okay? That's how blood behaves when you put heat to it.
it.
When you put heat to fat, it melts. Blood ain't coming out. The blood is in the meat. So when you eat the flesh, you drank and ate with the blood.
Yeah, monkey.
And you might as well be a sorcerer. Because that's what they had to do in order to do their thing. You don't know that, right? In order to be a witch or a sorcerer or in that world, you got to eat and drink blood.
That's right.
You have to.
That's right.
You have to. That's their first command. That's their dietary law. So that's why God said, ye shall not eat any manner of flesh with blood.
We ain't vampires, man.
Okay? So that's what they're vampires.
Vampire.
Vampires. It really had that. You don't turn into a bat or nothing, but you had people who specialize in drinking blood. Not even eating it in the meat. They specialize in it.
Vampire.
All the people who eat with the blood are pagans.
That's right. Say it again, Nick.
All people who eat with the blood are pagans. You're a pagan because you're following the ways of pagans.
That's right.
They did this to counter God's sacrifices.
That's right.
We're going to use this and we're going to leave the blood in it.
That's right.
We're going to use an unclean animal and leave the blood in it and the fat. We're going to eat all the fat. Everything that God commands us, the world automatically goes against. Whenever God says unclean, the people say, oh, unclean, what's that? That ain't nothing. This thing tastes good. So watch it, man. Watch all that flesh. I know you know. It's addictive. They know how to put things in your food to make it addictive to your taste buds. You gotta start overriding that. It's just food, man. It's just food. It don't run your life like that. It said, man shall not live by bread alone.
That's right.
Okay? So you don't need food that bad. Your taste buds are spoiled. You don't taste the things it was never supposed to taste by God's commandments. Now you gotta break it. Your taste buds.
Yeah.
You gotta break that. Worry about that. There's a lot of stuff about you gotta break. Your pride, your taste, your tasting woman, your tasting men. All these things gotta be eradicated.
That's right.
Tongue sheet.
Talk about it.
Oh, back to the altar. Back to the altar. Somebody dies, you can't make an altar for them. Don't go, because you got teachers, you got leaders all over the place, all over the continent, all over the world. And they have a weird way of teaching the people.
Weirdos.
Okay? Don't
Weirdos.
follow. Just because this guy's a leader, don't follow him. Because, oh yeah, he's... But look how he eat. Look how he look. Look what he do. Look what he celebrate.
Yeah.
Look where he at. Look what he attend. Come
right.
on.
That's right.
You might want to second guess what he got to tell you.
Yeah.
If it doesn't match what's in the book, I don't care who it is. They're out of pocket. And they're leading you astray.
That's
This said
right.
Manasseh, the one that led Israel to sin. So there are men that will lead you to sin. There are men that will say, hey man, there's nothing wrong with that. You can eat it. There's nothing wrong with that. You can celebrate that day because it's your day when you was born. Where is it in the book?
Weirdos.
I'm gonna hammer this out, man. I'm gonna hammer this out, man. Because we are teaching God's commandments, not my words.
That's right.
Not my Father's words. Not man's words.
Yeah.
I'm teaching God Almighty's words. So back up. Back up. Have respect to the words that's being brung.
That's right.
Pay homage to these commandments. You see where we all stand up when the law is being propounded, right? So be easy. Stop being so quick to go against what is being coming out of this book. Oh, so if you can't eat blood, stop all of that.
Yeah.
Stop eating it. You have a big problem with it. You don't want to hear it. It's going to always be a problem. You know how long that's been a problem? It's been a problem since the 70s.
Yeah.
When I watched my father teach it.
That's right.
To generations before all of y'all.
That's right.
And they bucked it. And they said he was wrong. And they bucked it. Yeah. And most of them, 99% of them,
99.9
are heathens now.
99.9.
They died heathens.
99.9.
Okay? They died heathens. Keep playing around, man. Look, we're supposed to be on different laws now. Y'all can hardly get what Shammah's be talking about because he's on a different level. I gotta come in and keep it basic for you guys because you're not gonna get to what he's talking about unless you stop eating the blood and the fat and cutting your hair and all the rest of the stuff you're doing.
Stay out the barbershop, nigga.
We never supposed to be in a barbershop. Israelite in the barbershop. Israelite in the barbershop.
Friday for Shabbat.
So I cut my hair. I get all this lined up.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
So for Shabbat day, I get my hair cut. My lunch is blood and fat.
So put on a 3.
I'm carrying it. So I'm carrying burgers. Yo, come on,
Smartness, man.
And then where I'm at, I'm gonna cook that. So I'm killing it in fire.
Madness.
And then there's another day that we proclaimed on the Shabbat to have a party. So all these things are gonna go on more. Everybody gonna get a haircut and come fresh. Y'all better stop playing. Jeroboam proclaimed a day to counter the days that we have to go to Jerusalem 3 times a year. Jeroboam made days to counter it. And I see that these days y'all making up is countering the Shabbat. Y'all only did it to counter the Shabbat though. Y'all ain't doing it to counter no feast day.
Yeah, man.
Watch yourself. Time sheet.
And bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son.
He built the altar, he laid the wood in order, and then he took Isaac and bound him. They start tying him up now. So that he can't move. You gotta bind him. That's how you did it. The goat ain't gonna sit there and let you kill him.
Right.
Okay? When animals see you pick up something to hit them, they know what that means. The cat knows. When I got a thing with the cat. When he's doing something, I go, when I do that, he stop doing whatever he's doing. I have been trained that way. So they have sense. They're not sentient like us, but they know drama. The dog know where the gun is. You know where the knife is. You know what it is. It's universal. The goat gonna run. You ain't gonna, man, you bugging. You ain't killing me. So he got to bound him down. So he got him tied down, and he laid him on the altar upon the wood. And said Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son. And that ain't no butter knife. One juke with this, it's over. A Russian dagger, like this big, like this. He's serious. Do you think that man had doubts?
No.
At that point in time, Tishama, you think he got doubts?
No.
He got his son tied up on the altar like a goat, and he like this about to hit him. That man is seriously serving God.
Right.
That's why he says, so follow him. Follow him because he's not playing. Follow him because he's serious. Follow him because he'll do things for me that you won't. And you'll learn how to follow me by following him. Tamshi.
And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, here am I.
In the nick of time. In the nick of time. Because God's intent. Now, God just wants to see what you're going to do.
Right.
Just want to see if you're really going to kill him. Kill the one that came up and looked just like you. You love him so much, a little version of you. Can you detach from that and serve God? That's what he wants to see. Chumshi.
And he said, lay not thy hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God.
Did we hear Isaac protesting?
No.
Young man said, no. One of the youngest ones in the room. Whippersnapper. I love when the children answer more than y'all. That means that the parents is on their child. The children are only going to know what the parents teach them. Right, show them.
Teach.
Okay? They're supposed to know this book too, man. They know everything else. They know everything else.
So if I big up Thanksgiving, you teach me that, huh?
Huh?
If I big up even holidays, that's what I'm being taught.
That's what you're being taught.
Okay.
That's what I'm being taught. I'm being shown that this is good. Kids are only going to portray what they're being shown or taught.
That's
They're sponges. They don't know no better.
Right.
You know they sponges.
Okay.
They spit the whole Glorilla song.
Look, they watch.
The whole Glorilla song.
I'm going to talk about songs. Look. They will stand up in front of that YouTube and they know every word to each song.
Yeah, go.
But you don't know this.
Teach.
You're supposed to be able to say, all children that can read and write, supposed to be able to recite Exodus chapter 20.
Teach. All the songs.
Okay? How old was we when we knew it, Iman? 4 years old. Why you made sure I knew it? What's up with the parents? I'm not looking at the children. Look, God didn't look at the children. He looked at the adults. He looked at the parents. That's why he killed all of them.
He said 20
and he brought the woman.
20 and up.
Okay, everybody dead. Under, you coming in. The only ones that was older were the elders that were left back.
Right.
Joshua and Caleb, and that was
That's
it. That was it. Nation of kids came in.
Facts.
Kids came up in there. But you know what happened? They came in the land with the sins of their fathers. Everything that their fathers did in the 40-year stretch, by the calf, Baal, Peor, all of these things, the sins went on their kids. And their kids went in the land and did not stick to God's commandments. So once they didn't stick to God's commandments, those sins visited them. And that's why they went and bowed down to the same idols that their fathers bowed down to. Yep. Y'all understand that? And they knew it. They knew what their fathers did. I knew what my father did, and I knew because this was direct stuff, right? But then I didn't stick to the commandments when I got in the land. You know why? I got too happy. Yeah, we get too happy. Our emotions mess us up. You get too happy and you sin. We got so happy. Oh, we good now. You know what we did? We waxed fat and kicked. You know what that means? Wax fat means God made you rich. You waxed fat. You had everything. You got rich and you laid back and forgot God. You forgot the one who redeemed you out of Egypt. You forgot you got an obligation to keep this stuff he gave you. If you want to keep this land, you want to stay in this land, you want everything, your crops, rain in due season. You want rain in due season, you better keep these commandments. You want this, you better keep these commandments. But they went in there. They said, well, look, we got it. We ain't going nowhere, man. Listen. Hey, what you doing, Moabite? What you doing? What's that you doing there? Why you do that? He said, don't do that, because you inquiring. When you see the heathen celebrating, you don't want to know what they celebrate.
That's right.
None of your business.
You know, man, they celebrating some pagan.
Right.
Keep it going.
Why you watching?
Because that's what got them in trouble.
Why you watching the conclave happen?
The what?
Conclave.
Conclave.
Watching to see who's gonna be the next pope.
I didn't even know that was going on. Tell you the truth. That's not new. I don't care about that. It's good to keep up with the leaders, because God put the leaders. We read it earlier. God appoint the leaders of the nations. So it's good to know that, but what do I care?
Conclave.
When they got a new pope. Yeah. What I'm getting happy about.
Next purge.
What you said? What you said yesterday? You said, hey, Mick, you heard about the new perv they got there? That's exactly what you said. I said, oh yeah. We ain't even say pope. We ain't say Vatican. We ain't even mention them. He said, you heard about the new perv that they got there? I said, oh yeah, I heard it from Chicago, Illinois. And that's it. That was the conversation on that. We don't recognize those people. That's not my leader. He's a demonologist.
So that's who God appointed over
From
from
63rd.
Nigga ain't my leader.
He ain't appointed me.
STL.
No. God got my life to where whatever that man do don't affect me. It don't affect me. It's the president. It don't affect me. Lord, I do what God say. And look, and if it do affect me, it's God's will, and that's that. So what? So what? So I recognize what's going on, but I don't acknowledge none of that stuff, man. That guy's a sorcerer. God put him there for a reason, and keep the world following him. Yeah, follow him while we follow Abraham. Tongue sheet.
Seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me.
That's it. You did not hold your son, your only son, from me.
You had two sons.
Okay. But the son that mattered was Isaac.
Right.
The one that was with him was Isaac.
Right.
Ishmael was away. The bond is gone.
Right.
Just like what Shama was saying. The bond is gone. God and Sarah even said, "Get this child away from my child."
Mm-hmm.
The blessing going through him. I don't know what it was. It was something about Ishmael. It was mocking. It was mocking him. Now, when I look up the word mocking in Hebrew, it gives me a long definition in the English. It could be a number of things. There's a lot of ways to mock a person.
Right.
All right? All right? However I treat you that you don't like, 9 times out of 10, I'm mocking you. If you're the authority, and I'm supposed to listen to you, right?
Right.
You give me a command, and I question your command, I'm mocking you.
Right.
You know that, right?
Yeah.
If I go against what my father say, I'm mocking my father. If I go against what my mother say, I'm mocking my mother. If I go against what God say, I'm mocking him. And I can also make sport of you for mine and everybody else's entertainment of laughter. I say things about you and
Make you the
butt of the joke. And everybody that's also mocking. Yeah, make you a laughing stock. That's a mocking.
That's right.
Boo, boo. That's mocking. Boo somebody. And then meet them backstage. See if you don't want to take your head off. Hey, you was the one that started the boom. That's not a think about it.
That's why the 2 Knicks fans got beat up in Boston.
Okay. You gotta watch your behavior. Mocking. You can't go mocking. And then you're outnumbered. You're mocking and you're outnumbered. These things are not good. This is what it brings. You getting busted up. Okay? I seen a woman, she's pregnant. She looked at the other woman, went like this. You know what she's doing? She's mocking. Penina did that to Anna, Samuel's mother. Samuel's mother.
God did that.
Mm-hmm. That's how I learned. I said, damn, even women mock each other.
Danny did it to me.
Yeah. She looked at her, she said,
This one, this man.
I said, man, stop that, man. I picked it up quick. I said, stop, don't do that.
He got 2 girls. One
I
in
said,
the
stop,
front,
don't do
the
that,
other one
man.
not.
Don't do that. I said, don't do that, man. I said, don't do that, don't do that.
Yeah,
But, you know, I was with her first.
yeah.
So she figured, hey, I'm top dog. I got his son. No, don't do that. You're mocking her.
Yeah.
Because she can't have none.
Yeah.
She couldn't have none.
Yeah.
That's what Anna was going through.
That was heavy mockery.
Yeah, that ain't no, that ain't good. Amongst women, that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Because all women want to have children. All women want to have children. And when they can't have children, and they see you with yours, right?
They despise.
And then you start treating them with, yeah, man. That went down the bug. With Hagar and Sarah. Wait a minute, hold on. You wouldn't have been pregnant if I ain't tell my husband go in unto you.
Right.
I set this up. Okay? I'm looking out for my husband, for him to have seed. I don't care if he with another broad. I told him to hook up with you. And now you under me, and you gonna act up because you that child is mine. And she said, I will have seed through her, right or wrong. Through her, I'm gonna have seed. So really, you know, I'm the one set this up. You're not supposed to be acting like that with me. And that's why Sarah started treating hard, dealing harsh with her. That's why she dealt hard with her. You're not gonna deal with her. I'm over you.
Right.
You're not gonna mock me. Since you want to mock me, I got extra work for you. She made her work harder, made the treatment harder. And that's when she ran off. She was out of place when she ran off. Because the angel said, go back to your mistress. Okay? So all that happened really, you know, to get Ishmael away. To tell you the truth.
Okay.
So there was no bond there. Everything is going down with Isaac. So now you telling me that you would kill your son Isaac that I just gave you and said that was blessed and gonna have one. All right, now I know. He said, now I know, okay, that you fear God. He knew that he believed him, right? See, fear comes from belief. Before you fear God, you have to believe.
Right.
You have to believe. Then what you believe, I believe that this is gonna happen to me. That's fear. That's where the fear comes from. So now God said, okay, now I see you. You believe me at the beginning. Now I see you really fear me. He said, now I know that thou fearest God. At that point in time, up until that point in time, God wasn't too sure. Y'all understand? We're going by what God said, not to do anything unto him, for now I know that thou fearest God. At this test that you pass shows me that you fear me 100%. So the fear came after the belief. He had to believe and show belief in his actions.
That's right.
And after years of showing your actions, now we're going to see how much fear you got in you.
Uh-oh.
That's what he did with Abraham.
Fear strikes.
So how you going to have fear, but you don't believe?
That's right. Fear strikes belief.
Fear comes from the belief.
Yeah.
Because if I believe I put my finger in the socket, I'm going to be afraid to put my finger in the socket.
That's right.
That's it. If I believe what God say, I'm going to be afraid to go against what he say because I know there's penalties.
That's right.
And that's where Abraham was at. Now, Abraham, he got the belief down pat from the beginning. Now he got the fear down pat. He gave him the ultimate. You can't get no ultimate more than this.
Right.
Your own son.
That's right.
Okay? He would have killed his wife before he killed his own son. No, people will kill their spouses before they kill their own children. Right or wrong? Generally, right? Okay. And that's what he got tested on. Never mind now, he comes from a place where they burned their kids. Okay? To fire gods. He came from a place from there. See, let me show y'all something. Even the heathens, God said if I went to them, they would have what? Listen, they would have hearkened. they would have hearkened. You see, because even them heathens, they got the right drive, but the wrong God. They got the right devotion, but the wrong God. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm saying something wrong. They're more devoted to their idols than we are to the Most High God.
That's right.
Tell me I'm wrong.
That's right.
I dare somebody tell me I'm wrong.
That's right.
They got to, and I'm going to take you to 2 Kings, chapter 16 to 17, where it say, and Israel did worse than the heathen.
That's right. Shah.
So if you don't doing these commandments, you worse than them.
Shah.
If you don't doing these commandments, you're worse than them. Than the people who you say don't serve God, you're worse than them because you know better, but you ain't doing nothing.
Right.
And you're matter of fact, you're doing worse than them.
Right.
They got a better heart than you, but they just
Right.
serve the idol. That's the only difference. So don't think too much highly of yourself. Break your pride down so you could be humble before God. And you could, when the more pride you break down, the more humble you will be before his commandments.
That's right.
Humble means more I will be able to accept God's commandments. That's all humble means. That I will be able, I'm more open and susceptible to accepting what is right before God. Term sheet.
And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind them a ram caught in the thickets by
He said,
by
God will provide himself an offering, right? It happened. Term sheet.
And Abraham went and looked, and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh-Yahweh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of the heaven the second time, and said, by myself have I sworn, saith the Lord.
Wait. Who God swore by?
By himself.
By himself. Who's God? When God swear, who he gonna swear on?
Himself.
Something down here? Us? The heavens? He said, I swear to myself. That's God. Only God can do that. You understand who you worshiping? He said, I swear by myself have I sworn. Even God swears, but he swears by himself. When you swear, you're supposed to swear in El Shaddai name, not on your dead grandmother, not on your how they say it, on the dead homies. I hear that a lot. I hear women saying that on the bros, on the guys. Yo, word on the guys, bro, on the dead guys. I hear women saying that on my dead homies. She's more forceful with it. She on my dead homies.
What they say on King David.
They say all of these things. And they're not talking about King David in the book.
Yeah,
They're not talking about King David in the book. There's a guy in Chicago that they call that. Okay? The leader of the gang. They swear on the life of the leader of the gang.
And they ain't even dead.
Okay?
Not even that.
At least back then they waited until you died. Now it's all out. We swear on God. We swear on God's name. El Shaddai. We only do, and we don't use intemperate swearing. Temperate swearing means you swear for anything. I'm telling you a story. Yeah, I swear most time. Nobody said that you were lying. You ain't gotta swear. You swear. When I let you hold my phone, and I come back to get it, and it's not in your possession no more. But you didn't steal it. Somebody came in your house and stole it. That's when you take an oath and you swear to God that you haven't put your hands to your neighbor. It's not all the time we swear. We swear to God when we're making a deal with him, when we're making deals with each other, and in the manners of the laws when it's concerning our neighbor's stuff, our neighbor's goods. When I say each other, Laban said, okay, take this stone, and he made a heap of stones. And he said, this is a witness that my seed and your seed will never fight. I swore, and you swore. Okay, that's a promise. When you swear, that's a promise. That's truth. That's you saying truth is being told, and God is my witness. People say God is my witness, right? Okay, when you say God is my witness, you swear it. So watch it.
Anybody cold? Everybody good? Everybody cold? Cold? Good?
Everybody good? Okay. Because it's you guys got to sit in these seats for hours. So we try to make you as comfortable as possible, accommodate you. Okay? I will stay uncomfortable.
Me too. Me too.
He will stay uncomfortable. We will stay uncomfortable.
Me too.
My imam will stay uncomfortable because we're host. The host is never comfortable. You hear me? The host is never comfortable.
That's right.
The host can't sit down in this party and just chill. He got to make it up, or she got to get up and make sure everybody's good. Because I'm hosting. Y'all all coming here. So I got to make sure y'all good. And in return,
Yeah.
then
the Prophet said something
you
about-
show appreciation
That's right.
and gratitude.
The Prophet told
Okay.
about the man that hosts the party. He said,
Let's talk about it. Yeah,
be like
that's
the
where I
ones,
get it from.
he said, be like the ones that's in the
Yeah,
party.
you
Don't act
host a
like the
party,
host.
you make sure everybody good.
Act like
Nobody, no. Can't nobody, oh man, we forgot you, man. Oh man, there's no we forgot you, nothing. You're not a good host. You can't host nothing. You shouldn't host parties no more. Because how you forgot this guy, one of the main guys. How you forgot her? Nobody gets forgotten. All right?
That's right.
He said, by myself have I sworn, say the Lord, but because thou hast done this thing, because of this act here, you was about to kill your son for me. And God don't delight in human sacrifices. Okay? The reason why that man had to put his daughter, he had to sacrifice her, because he said out his mouth, Lord, if you are with me in this battle and deliver them into my hands, I will offer up the first thing that come out my house. That's exactly what he said. I will offer up the first thing that come out my house. So whatever he's offering up is somebody's life. And he's not thinking about his daughter or a human being. See, back in the country, in the hills, not in the city, your animals run freely in and out the house. Am I right or wrong? They run freely throughout the house. When you go on the farm, right? You don't even have to go on the farm. You go down south or you go upstate New York. There's people who have their own property and some of them got their own chickens and stuff. You will see them chickens and the roosters walking around in and out the house. They have free reign. Okay? So they had free reign. So he's saying, look, whatever animal come out, he didn't say animal, but that's God know what he meant. Because he wasn't talking about no human beings because they didn't do human sacrifices. So he was talking about one of them animals. But just so happened that his daughter was the one that came out. Okay? And he couldn't go back on his word. God did his part first. God always do his part first. Because I know I need help. I'm in a position I need to get out of. So if you do this for me, then I will do. So what I got to do is right after you get me out of this position, God. So God always got to come and do it first. All right, I did my part. Now I want to see you do your part. Because I did that part. I got you out. Now it is up to me to keep my part and to always talk about that. That's praises to God. I ain't got to do this and pray. I can praise him just by telling you what he did for me.
The deal.
Or what he did for my parents.
Made a deal with God.
Or for my children. You can make deals with them.
That's right. Deal maker.
But you got to keep your part of the deal.
Yeah.
One part of the book, they say, Most High, deliver these heathens into our hands, and we will set their cities on fire. God said, okay, good, that's good.
Say that.
Yeah, say that. Yeah, God took that deal.
Yeah.
And God delivered them into their hands.
Yeah.
And when after the fight was over, they said, okay, we can't spare these guys. We got to set their cities on fire. That's part of the deal.
Fact.
Come sheet.
But because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son.
See, he said, he always said thy son, thine only son.
Not because it's emphasis.
Because
That's big, man.
what your heart is attached to. Whatever your heart is attached to down here, God got to come before that. You have to be willing to commit yourself wholeheartedly to God. Okay? That's how ready you got to be. Tongue sheet.
That in blessing I will bless thee. And in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice.
You see that part right there? And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. Just because this one man obeyed God, he pleased God so much. He said, your seed, everybody else is going up. The earth gets a chance to get blessed through your children. The world is condemned already. Okay, paganized and religious, right or wrong. But he said, you know what? They got a chance through your seed. Now, if Israel would have stayed in the land and did what God said to do, all nations in time, all nations would come to them to learn how to serve God. That's when we would have became a nation of priests. He said, you shall be a nation of priests, because it's going to get to a point in time where everybody in Israel wasn't going to be sinning. That was the goal, to have a pure, righteous nation. Okay? And at that moment, all the rest of the nations, they recognize, oh man, that's really God. The only way to learn is to go to those people. They would have came, but it never happened because we disobeyed God. But that's why he said, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So
Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba.
Hey, I noticed these guys. David had young men. Abraham had young men. Young men.
Gotta have the YNs next to
you. They call them YNs, right?
Gotta have the YNs.
Yo, these young men were real soldiers.
Right.
You don't hear them say, they don't say nothing.
Crash out.
They just, whatever the order is, they ready to go. They ready to go, man. It was serious, man. They say, yet let the young men play. They wasn't playing marbles. It wasn't playing.
Brother. Like the dude that came in alive and said he killed Saul. He said, let the young man fall.
He said, let the young man fall upon him. The young man fell on him. You learn how to kill back then. You learn how to kill from young. Your father would take you and teach you how to hunt. And if he's a man of war, you're going to get a kill. When he catch the dude, you're going to say, hey, man, hit him up. That happened with Gideon. With Zeba and Zalmunna.
He had to be young.
He was young. He was young. He was fearful to do it. And you know what they said? They said, why don't you do it?
So is a man's strength.
So is a man's strength, so is he. Why don't you do it? Because listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm a big shot. I don't want to get killed by no kid or no woman. I'm a warrior. I'm a soldier. Right. I got killed by a woman or a kid. Not good. That's a laughing stock.
Thrust me through.
Yeah, kill me. I don't want it to be said that I died by the hands of a woman. I died by your hands.
She killed me with a millstone.
What?
That guy's tough, man. A millstone is as big as this liver. The lower and the upper about this thick. The lower is this thick, the upper is this thick. They got handles. You put it up, pick it up, you put a stick there, you put your wheat, you put your barley there. You take the stick out, boom. And then you know what you do? One go this way, one go that way. You can stand up and go like this.
Grind your wheat.
And you grind your wheat.
The corn.
Okay? Your flax. All that go down in there. You separate, get your wheat. She was able to grab the top part of that stone, okay, and drop it off the tower. The higher, the more weight. Right or wrong? Yeah. So it dropped on his head and he was still alive. It cracked his skull and he was still talking. Let an AC drop on your head right now. You out. If you're not dead, you are out.
She did it from the
Penny.
top of the towers.
I seen a kid get hit by a car last week.
So what?
I seen a kid get hit by a car. Running.
Go down
The
frequent.
car hit him. Car wasn't going that fast, but the boy's legs are shattered. See how tough we were back then? Man had something drop on his head, crack his skull, and he still said, yo, hit me up, man. Look, you ain't gonna move around. You ain't gonna move around. Look, his neck wasn't even broken. That weight should have broke his neck.
What are you still doing talking?
What are you still doing talking? How are you
Still
coherent?
conscious.
Thank
How
you.
are you still
That's my
conscious?
point.
Still conscious.
How are you still able to
ain't knock him out.
you're not delirious?
That stone ain't come from 5 feet.
No, man, it came from a
It
tower.
came from the top of the tower, man.
Okay, the higher, the more weight. The faster it comes down. You can drop a penny out there and probably
Yeah,
say,
it's
well,
heavy.
when it hits your head, it's like a bullet. You know that, right? They say if you go on top of the Empire State Building and drop a penny down,
It's gonna penetrate your head.
like a bullet.
Like a bullet.
So imagine that millstone. And he was there like this. Yo, man, I don't want to be saying I got hit by a woman. This is a tough dude.
Because he was finna
He
go out.
was going to
He
die.
was finna go out.
He would take some time.
He was going to sit there and fade out. He going to die.
That's
But
right.
he said, no, what? Listen,
You do it.
I need you to hit me up.
Yeah, kill me. Let's just say a woman killed me.
I don't want it to be said I got a child hit me up. Sisera got hit up by a woman. Why? Because the man said, I'm not going out there unless you come with me, prophetess.
Sleep.
She said, look,
She
God
prophesied.
commanded you to go out there. So if you want me to come, then the glory is going to go to a woman. You're not going to get it.
She said God is going to deliver Sisera to the hands of a woman.
A woman.
And look what happened.
And it happened. It happened.
Prophetess.
If you don't have that much confidence in yourself, God is going to have that much confidence in you.
Right.
Yeah. God just came to the man and said, yo, I'm with you. They're already delivered in your hands. Go. I got you. Go. Beat them. Fight. Kill them. He said, oh, man, I'm not going unless you come. That wasn't part of the plan. Now you weakened your manner before God of war. You weakened yourself. Now everything changed because she coming. Now the woman gonna get that credit. The way you got a bold woman, that's where you got weak men. Yeah. Any woman I marry, she ain't gonna be bold.
That's right.
That ain't happening.
That's right.
That means I'm weak. If y'all see me with a new wife and she bold, that means I'm weak.
That's a manly trait, man.
Okay? Because for a woman to be bold, that means the man is weak. Or the men are weak.
That's right. Being bold, that's a manly trait.
That's a manly trait.
I know.
And look. And men gotta watch you being bold, because you stick your chest out, there's another one bolder than you.
That's right.
So being bold, that's why it's for men. Because you could die being bold.
That's
You could
right.
go to war being bold. You got put on the spot being bold. Can you handle that? So that's not for women. Tamshi.
And it came to pass after these things, it was told Abraham, saying, behold, Milcah, she had also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, whose is his firstborn, whose his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Kesed and Hazor, and Pildash and Jidlai, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8.
That's the same Rebekah that
Abraham's
became
brother.
Isaac's wife. So you see, they had to go back. They couldn't marry. I can't marry nobody that live on St. John's. I got to go back home where my family at. I can't marry nobody out here that live on Buffalo Ave. I got to go back home where my family at. And that's what happened. That's what Abraham did. Abraham sent Eliezer of Damascus to get Rebekah for his son Isaac. They did not want to marry into the daughters of Canaan. The daughters of Canaan? Read Leviticus 18 and you will find out how they got there. They ate roadkill. They had sex with anything or anybody. They ate anything or anybody. They were cannibals. Do you understand that?
Right.
That right there. That right there. The Persians didn't want to mess with them. Time sheet. Genesis 23.
And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old.
127 years old. Sarah was 127 years old. She had a baby at 99. She had Isaac at 99.
Word. Prego at 90. Prego. It's
Right?
crazy.
It's crazy. God is great.
That means Isaac is around 28 now. Yeah, 28 now. It says Sarah died where?
Sarah was 107 and 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjah-Arba, the same as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her.
She died in Hebron.
That's the same.
Hebron is there right now. Same Hebron that King David. That's right. So ruled in Hebron for 7 years. Same Hebron. Oh, that Hebron we weird out? That's the same Hebron.
That's crazy.
Before that, it was called Kirjah-Arba. Kirjah-Arba. Time sheet.
And Abraham stood up from before his dead.
He said, and Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. It went through. That was the wife of his bosom, man. You know, they had children. They had a child in the old age. You know what I'm saying? That was his wife. He experienced things with her. He served God with her. That's a big loss for him. Time sheet.
And Abraham stood up from before his dead and spake unto the sons of Het, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight.
This is not my land, but I'm a stranger here. I'm a traveler living amongst you guys.
Right.
Give me some land so I can bury my dead. Okay? Time sheet.
And the children of Het answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my Lord, thou art a mighty prince among us.
Ooh, wait a minute. See, God said to Abraham, walk before me live perfect. You will be blessed in your seed. This is part of the blessing. He said, man, hear us, my Lord. Look. He's a stranger. He ain't up there kind. They don't treat strangers good in Canaan land. All right? They don't treat strangers good. Sodom and Gomorrah. All these other places, they snatch your wife and kill you. They don't treat strangers good. But for some reason, he's a Lord among us. He said, thou art a mighty prince amongst us. He said, you are mighty amongst us, man. He said, in the choice of our sepulchres, bury the dead. You know what he's saying? Choose any spot where we got, because they didn't have cemeteries. Let me school you to something. Back then, they didn't have cemeteries. At this time of Abraham, when you get buried, you got buried in a mausoleum, a cave, like the cave of Machpelah.
Right.
They take the body and go deep up in the mountain, deep up in the cave, and place the body up in there. There wasn't cemeteries at this time in the ancient world. Okay? So they said, look, man, you can pick any of our sepulchres. Sepulchres is where the caves are at. You can pick any of our caves. He said, you good, you bury your dead. He said, none of us shall withhold from thee the sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury the dead. In other words, you can use my sepulchre where I bury mine at. That's what they're saying. You can use any of ours. Anywhere you at, you can use ours. Time sheet.
In the choice of our sepulchres, bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Het. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat me to Ephron, the son of Zohar.
He said, well, Ephron, the son of Zohar, I would like to use one of his sepulchres. Okay? and speak to him. Entreat means request for me. Speak on behalf of me. For to hold, use one of his sepulchres. Tamshi.
That he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he had, which is in the end of the field. For as much money as it worth, he shall give it me for possession of a burying place among them.
He said, give me the one all the way at the end of the field. He said, I want to know, tell me the price. Give me the price for it. I want to know the price. Tamshi.
And Ephron dwelt among the children of Het. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Het, even of all that went in at the gate of the city.
So it was an audience there. Okay? Everybody was there. Nothing but witnesses there. He said, nay, my Lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein, I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people, give it I thee, bury thy dead. You know what Ephron saying? He said, nah, you ain't got to pay me your money no good, Abraham. He said, go and bury your dead, man. He said, in the presence of the sons of my people's children, a whole nother generation of witnesses, and I'm giving this to you. Go and bury your dead, man. Tells you. Verse 12.
And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, but if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me.
He said, well, if you're going to give it to me, he said, check this out, man. He said, I will give you money for the field. I'm going to pay you for it. Tell him,
take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, my Lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. And what is that between me and you? Bury therefore thy dead.
Now see, both men are being very considerate of each other. I'm telling you, man, I don't want you, man. You ain't got to pay me, man. Go ahead, man. You can partake of it or go do your thing, right? And on the other hand, Abraham said, nah, man, I'm going to pay you for it, man. Let me pay you for it. Those are two good qualities. They're both shooting at each other right now. Okay? Okay? Because he's showing whether, nah, man, if you're a prince among us, why should I charge you? Right or wrong? That means I'm capping. If I say you're a prince among us, right, then why should I charge you? He said, but look, listen, it's 400 shekels of silver. But what is that between me and you? Yeah, it costs 25,000. He said, but man, you my man. I don't want your money. Go ahead, you can have it. Tell you.
And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron. And Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Het, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchants.
So Abraham still insisted, came up with the silver. Silver is more valuable than gold back then. 400 shekels of silver. He bought that land. He was able to bury his dead. Touch.
And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Murmuring, the field, and the cave, which was therein. And all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made short. Unto Abraham for possession in the presence of the children of Het, for all that went in at the gate of the city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of Machpelah before Mamre, the same as Hebron, in the land of Canaan.
Now, Abraham didn't have a service for Sarah. When you read about the service, there was not even a prayer set. Okay? You weep, you mourn, you cry, you scream, you thump your chest, you pull up your hair, you put ashes on your head, you rip your garment. All those things are valid. Okay? When we go into viewing the body, parading the body around, see how when Biggie died, they paraded him all over Bed-Stuy. Nah, we don't do that. That's called a procession. A procession of the day. In Louisiana, when somebody dies, they march the body in the hood, right there in the street. And they got, they playing horns, and everybody's dancing.
New Orleans, New Mexico.
They do that all over the world as a celebration. We mourn our people different than the rest of the world. Okay? We don't get doves And after the person is buried, let the dove go and see if it make a circle.
Keep the candles on.
That's Christian. We don't light no candles.
Put on no candles. Kick
Okay?
them over.
No candles. Okay?
Get them on pendants and stuff like that.
No gun. None of that. All that is dead. Before you got pendants, before you did all of that, you know what they did?
Oh, tattoo.
Your face
That
or your
quack,
name, your face or your name is written in my skin. That's where tattoos come from. That's where the ideas of writing on your body come from. It came from the worship of the dead. A lot of things that the people do that you would say, oh, that ain't nice. It comes from the origin. The first people to do it were demon worshippers, Egyptians. Okay? So that's why we teach not to follow the ways. These are ways that are not in this book. It is not in the Torah. It is strange. So it's supposed to be strange to me.
In the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things.
You know what stricken in age means? I need help walking. My knees are struck. I got bad knees now. When you get older, certain parts of your body don't work no more. When they get old, they get old. Your joints get old, man. You've been using these joints all your life.
Joints.
You've been using your knees. You've been walking, bending these knees all your life. You gotta die. After a while, that body starts to wear down. Right? As if somebody hit you. I'm walking like this. Like somebody hit me. That's what it means by stricken in age. Okay? You can see, well, okay, he old now, man. Need help. Come on, let me help you. You need help getting up. Need help sitting down. He's well stricken in age, man. He ain't moved around like he used to. Not as fast as he used to be. He said the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things.
And Abraham said unto his eldest servants of his house, and ruled over all that he had, put I pray thee thy hand under my thigh.
He said, put, I pray thee, your head under my thigh. Son of a wolf. The back of your leg. Right above your knee. This area here. Okay? That's where he put his hands. He didn't put his hands nowhere else. Like Israelites like to say. He said, put your hand under my thigh. And that's where the man's hand went. Now we're going to see why he put his hand under his thigh.
And I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven.
You hear that?
And the
said,
God
put
of
your
the
hand
earth.
under here. He said, now this is an ancient custom. Because people don't do that no more. Right or wrong? Right. Have you ever seen anybody put their hand under anybody die and swear to them? You don't see that no more. They just say, hey man, I swear, man. Or I promise, man. And that's it. Or you see people go to court, they get the Bible, and say, hey,
Swear to tell the truth.
put your hand in the Bible. Wait. You got to raise your hand up. None of that. Everything was done different. This here, this is the ancient way of swearing. He put his hand under there and said, I'm going to make you to swear by God of heaven, the Lord God of heaven, and the God of the earth. Look, that title right there, the Lord God of heaven and the God of the earth. You don't need to say his name. You don't need to say nothing else. All you got to say is Lord God of the heavens and the God of the earth. Because only God made the heavens and the earth. He said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Mm-hmm. So you call he's God that made the heaven and earth. You don't have to say his name, man. He said, thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites amongst whom I dwell. He said, look, swear to me right now that you do not take a woman of the sons of the daughters of the Canaanites to marry to my son. I don't want my son married to those women. I don't want my son married to those Canaanites. Those Canaanites had a bad rep with them. They did stuff that the rest of the heathens didn't like them. Not everybody jacked the Canaanites. The Moabites didn't like them either. They had a lot of ways, disgusting, abominable ways with them. Like I said, you read about it in Leviticus 18. Don't you?
But thou shalt go unto my country.
Go back to my country. Go back home. Go back home. Not where we at now. But the daughters of the land here, they're ratchet. They're nasty. Their disposition is nasty.
Rats.
Okay? They don't know how to eat, dress, take care of a child, talk to somebody. They don't know how to do these things. They don't know how to do nothing. They're messed up. So I want you to go home, back to my home, my hometown. Okay? The women are better there. Okay? Don't you?
And to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. And the servant said unto her, peradventure the woman will not be willing to come follow me unto this land. Must I need bring my...
It's a smart man. Sometimes, he said, you said to me on a mission, it's damn near impossible. So I gotta say, look, listen, what if I get there and nobody there? Or what if I don't, or what if they don't have the one you want, what you want me to get? You want me to get something else? That's how you think. Okay? He's covering bases. Look, what if I get there and she don't want to follow me back here? Because not everybody goes, go where? Now, you gotta come back to California with me.
I don't know that name.
I don't know nobody in California. All my whole family here. My father, my mother, my brothers, my sisters is here. Okay? Even though I just met you, I don't know you. I have to be willing to go. It's still up to her. You can't force no woman to marry you. Sure. You can't force her. And she can't force you to marry her either. This thing here is a willing heart. Everything that's being done is a willing heart. He said, peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me into this land. Must I needs bring thy son? He said, well, I might have to come back and get the son and bring him over there. He said, oh, no. He said, no. He said, beware. Verse 6. And Abraham said unto him, beware that thou bring not my son thither again. He said, don't ever bring my son back there. Because once you take him out of Canaan land and bring him back over there, that's it. My children ain't going to run this land. I got to, whatever goes on has to stick to what God told me. That the plan that's going on and what I'm supposed to do, I'm supposed to walk the breadth of this land, and everywhere I walk, that's what my seed. So I can't have my son, who the rest of the nation going to come out of, go over there and get married and settle down over there. He's not going to live like that, like how he's living with me. He's not going to follow the commandments of God. He's living with his family. His family, when it's Christmas time, he's going to be right in there with the tree. And that's what Abraham don't want. He said, make sure you, he said, no. He said, beware. You know what that means? Hey, don't go. Well, make sure you don't take my son. I don't care if she don't want to come back, forget it. Don't take my son over there. I don't want my son going there. I don't want you going there. Those people hate me. What you doing there? Those people hate you. What you doing there?
Teach.
Those people hate your father. What you doing there? They hate your mother. What you doing there? They hate your brother. What you doing there? This same dude hates your brother. What you doing there? Come sheep.
The Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, which spake unto me, and that swear unto me,
You
saying,
hear that, man? He said, the Lord God of heaven, which took me, but every time he mentioned God, he said, the Lord God of heaven and earth, or he said, the Lord God of heaven. So you already know who I'm talking about. He said, which took me from my father's house. God took him out of his father's house. After his father died, he said, get away from your kindred. It's time to move out now. Okay? He said, your father's dead. You could be your own man now. He said, come on. Because if you stay here with your family, you ain't never going to be able to serve God. That's the biggest, the family is the biggest obstacle. And if you're living with them, you can't tell them nothing. You can't say, well, man, this not supposed to be in the house. Or man, why y'all think I don't eat that? That's not gonna rock. They say, look, man, your name is Abram. I don't know where you get the Abraham from. Right or wrong?
Exactly.
That's what families do.
Pops don't do that.
Your name is son. I named you Stanley. Where you get Jonathan from? Where you get Samuel from? Your name is Stan, all right? I'm gonna call you Stan.
I follow you.
You didn't. But you see, you ain't gotta go through that. You got family members. You got family members that they don't like how you dress in that. They don't like how you
switched up.
They don't like. You know what I'm saying? You don't follow the days we follow. You don't even eat. This was your favorite meal. I used to love this meal. Now you don't even eat it. Your family's gonna feel away. So you gotta get away from your family.
Understand it.
That's understandable.
That's why God waited till
because we act like that with you. If you stop coming here,
don't get mad at your parents.
We'll act like that with our brothers.
Yeah,
And
don't get mad at your
Mick,
parents.
what's up, man?
That's right. That's right.
What's your name? Michael. Your name is Mikael. It's the same when we're around. Okay? That's why it's a big thing when a person leaves their family's gods. Your family has gods. Everybody's family has household gods. In this house, the head of the family serves such and such. That's the house of such and such. Y'all understand that? So when Abraham left out of his relatives from his father's house, he didn't continue the worship of the idols that his father taught him. He discontinued it. Okay? Back then, nobody did that. It was unheard of. It was unheard of. That was a big thing. That's why he said, yo, these people come from across the flood. He said they denied the God of their ancestors.
Yeah.
Ooh, everybody said, whoa. Who are they? That's them? Wow, nobody ever did that. Nobody did that. Israel did that. The beginning of Israel come out of the belly of Chaldea, which is Babylon, which is the Chaldees, Abraham. Our forefather came out the belly of the beast, and he switched all of that over. No. We can switch it over too. No. What he was doing, serious business. Serious business. Look. Read about Babylon, ancient Babylon, and how a normal citizen lived. You walking down the street, you better know witchcraft. Yeah, me grill me. I mean grill you. Next thing you know, we shooting spells at each other. We're not shooting at each other. We shooting spells at each other. That's how it was back then. Then you got the stargazers. This is where the idea of telescopes, looking up at the stars, Pleiades. I see the constellation of Taurus and Pisces. Got that from them, stargazers. Okay, astrologers, Chaldeans. Okay, Chaldeans is the ancient word for Babylonians. The land got called Babylon after the matter of the Tower of Babel. But before that, they were called Chaldeans. That's why you still see them call them Chaldeans. The Chaldeans were the old heads, the ancient ones. They had scientists. How come we ain't had scientists? We had priests, we had kings, we had judges. Why we ain't had scientists? Chief Abraham, why we ain't had scientists? We don't need them. They need science. When the word science is mentioned in Daniel, it doesn't mean science. It means awareness.
Okay.
It means knowledge and awareness.
Okay.
That's what it meant.
Okay.
It didn't mean science.
Okay.
I looked that word up. I said, all right, science, let me see. Science. Oh, Stu was in here. Let me check that word out. Don't mean science. Science means by trial and error, I'm trying to figure out how this works. That's what science means. That's all it means. And hypothesis is a highly educated guess. Doesn't make it a fact.
That's right.
So science doesn't rock because God commanded the earth to bring forth grass and trees, fruit,
Not science.
Okay? And there was no sun. There was nothing. There was no photosynthesis.
Right.
Nothing was watered yet, but it still grew.
Not science.
Okay? So it's not about science.
Nah, how your head shines.
It's about
how your head shines.
You know what?
It's about science. Get some animals, put some ring straight stuff in the water, make them look at it while they drink, and see if their children come out ring straight.
Let's see if that happened for you.
See if that happens.
Let's see if that happened.
Because it's science.
Yeah, because it's science. That means it's supposed to work for everybody. Let's see if that happened for you. You know that ain't gonna happen.
Your head science.
Okay.
You get boils, put figs on it. Put figs on it.
Put figs on it. Like Isaiah said, yo, put figs on it. The Hezekiah. Get a boil, put figs on it. All you're going to do is flame it up more. That ain't going to heal it. Okay? So all that stuff comes from superstition, man. Science is superstitious. Science is guessing.
That's right.
I'm stargazing because I don't know about the God of Abraham that made all of this. So I'm guessing, wow, look at that.
That's right.
And I'm so amazed by this that, but I know who made it. So that's, oh yeah, it's the stars. God made the stars. That's it. That's it. It's not a big deal to us. What's a big deal to the heathen is not a big deal to you. Well, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It's not supposed to be. Tom shoot.
Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence.
You hear that? He said, look, don't take my son over there. Okay? God of heaven, which took me out my father's house, okay, who spoke to me. You know, that's big, man. He said, who took me out my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me. God spake to Abraham. He wasn't speaking to people back then.
Facts.
God wasn't speaking to nobody.
That's right.
After Noah, wasn't speaking to nobody after that.
That's right.
And look, he saw Abraham. He said, oh, yo, you got it. Come here. Walk before me and be perfect. Come on. You got this.
That's right.
And I'm going to bless you, and I'm going to bless your seed. Tell she.
And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be cleared from this oath.
He said, if you go out there and she don't want to come back, you're clear from this oath. That's the only way you're going to be clear from this oath. Tell she.
Only bring not my son thither again.
Just make sure you do not take him back over there. See, I don't hate my family, but I have to put distance to my family that don't serve God.
Separation.
I have to live. I can't dwell with them.
Separation.
I can't live in the same house with them.
Separation.
I can't live under their roof, and they can't live under my roof. Because for me to live under their roof, I can't do certain commandments that I used to do in their house, and I am going to be in attendance of their celebrations.
That's right.
And they have houses. Once you got an image in the house, you got pictures, you got statues, you have a house of gods. It said Micah had a house of gods. Right or wrong. And what made him say he had a house of gods? He had images and pictures up and all over. Okay? When Friday night comes,
you're going to have music.
you're going to hear music.
And TVs.
You're going to hear it.
Yeah.
You close the door. You're still going to hear it.
Yeah.
You ain't going to be able to get away from it.
Stop capping.
Okay? So it's the best thing to do. If you're living amongst family that don't serve God, you're a grown man, hurry up and get up out of there. Get a job, get something going on, get to a place to get up out of there. If you're still a child, you're still young, you can't do that. You can't do that. Follow what you can, and you still got to be subservient to your mother and father because you're living in their house.
That's right.
That's why God said, you know what?
Yeah.
He could have called Abraham from young, 75 years old.
A long time.
Abraham was 75 years old when God introduced himself to him. He wasn't 30, he wasn't 20, he wasn't 15.
Grown man.
Okay? We would say he getting ready to check out. 75 years today,
Facts.
he about to be out of here.
Facts.
Back then, lifespan was a little longer. You hit a buck and change.
He hit another
Okay.
another 100 years.
Another 100 years. You know what I'm saying?
God,
You hit a buck and change. You hit that buck. back then in Abraham's time. See, Sarah, 127. Okay? Easy.
Jacob, 147.
To get married, you're having babies at an age where we would say, oh man, they ain't nothing happening. But that's what God do miracles, wonders.
Isaac, 180.
What?
180.
180.
And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swear to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia unto the sea of Nabal.
He's a good servant. He's not the type of servant that said, okay, Abraham about to die. Now everything's got to change. He's not like that. That's how most men are. That's how most men are. This guy got it going a certain way all these years, and he died. Here comes this guy now. He want to come and change things. And that's our problem. We like changing the rules. We like changing the way things is set up from old. That's the problem. We can't incorporate too many new things, man. We cannot incorporate. It's not too many new things we can incorporate. Most of the new stuff and the new ideas and all that stuff, it's out the window. That stays outside. We can't bring that here. The law prohibits that. Some shit.
And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water.
So even women went out to go draw water. You know what I'm saying? Draw water, you know.
Yeah.
You got to go out and get the water. There's no plumbing.
Who Moses met? Got
Okay.
that water. Midian had his
Midian
daughters
met the
there.
woman. That's right. The woman, they drew water. That was the woman. That was their day.
Raquel, Laban.
Raquel. They
He
all
had
did
sons.
that.
He had sons.
The woman did that. You could tell. And even the time that women go out to draw water. This is a common thing. Thompson.
And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham.
You hear this, man? Look. He's praying to the God of his master's God. He was born in Damascus, in Syria. But by being under Abraham, his number one servant, might as well be his son. He learned of the Most High, and he learned how to operate with the Most High. He said, "Oh Lord, God of my master Abraham, I pray thee send me good speed this day." This is where they got that term, Godspeed. You ever heard somebody say that? Mm-hmm. If they go there,
Go on Godspeed.
It means God is with you. All right. He said, "I pray thee send me good speed this day." See, he said good speed. People got Godspeed from that, but it's the same term. He said, "And show kindness unto my master Abraham." He's asking God. Abraham not there. He said, "But allow me to be successful."
Right. Through him. Through Abraham.
Show kindness. This is not about me.
Right. Through him.
Allow me to be successful because of him.
That's your people.
Because of him, allow me. Please hear the prayer of the widow.
Deep.
You know what I'm saying? Things like that, man.
Deep.
Shalom Aleichem. With more to go. We'll continue this next week. And I'm gonna call up the next teacher. If he says some words, Chief Abraham.
Shemot. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praises to Lord Shaddai, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great mighty and the God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things. The Lord of hosts is his name, Shemot. Give due respect to my father, my mother in Israel, Heads, chief men, princes, brothers and sisters of Israel, language of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom Aleichem.
Shabbat Shalom Aleichem.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7. It's a few verses in there, that's it.
Not it,
Ecclesiastes chapter 7. A good name is better than precious ointment.
All right. A good name is better than precious ointment. It's 2025. Don't look for it now. Times has changed. Even the heathens has changed. Times has changed. The man that served God, you do all buckle down and do all these laws, you're going to be hated in these times.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to get a good name.
Right.
Don't look for it, all right?
Be hated by your own kind.
Yes, sir. Your own families, your own family, your own people, best friends. This way of life has broken up marriages.
That's right.
This way of life has broken up friendships.
Yes.
So when you buckle down to do these laws today, 2025, America, don't look for the good name. Just look for that in the eyes of God. All right? Read.
In the day of death, than the day of one's birth.
He said, in the day of death, than the day of one's birth. So why are we celebrating birthdays? Who wrote this Ecclesiastes? Solomon? Smartest man that ever lived. And he said the day of death is better than the day of one's birth. So why do we celebrate the day of our birth?
Point well taken, brother.
Why?
Yeah.
Read.
It is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting.
He said it is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting. What's the house of mourning? Somebody died and they there and they mourning, right? Burials and all that. What's the house of feasting?
Party.
Spots, clubs,
Party.
turn ups, right?
Turn up. Lit.
We cannot follow the ways of the heathen. What are we celebrating? Why do we go to the club every weekend? What do you celebrate?
Don't even know.
Ask the person that go to the club every day. I had an ex, and she go to the club every Friday night and every Saturday night, every lock. You hear me, man? And I asked her, what are you celebrating? That's the way the ways of the heathen. They go and turn up life and turn up for life and turn up for the weekend.
Celebrating. Feel you.
We don't do that. Like, what are you celebrating? Did somebody get circumcised? Did somebody get weaned?
Most of the time, somebody.
Is there a feast day? Is it the new moon? Our celebrations is in this book. So what are we celebrating every weekend? Going out, turning up. Read.
For that is the end of all men, and the living will lay it to his heart.
He said, for that death, talking about the house of mourning. That's the way of the man that's living. This is he gonna lay it to heart. He living, he in the house of mourning. He gonna be like, yeah, that's my end. I'm gonna go there one day. So when you think about like that, that's gonna prepare your heart for that day, which is gonna make you change your ways and change the way you do things and make you buckle down through these laws and prepare yourself for the day of death. Read.
Sorrow is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance the heart is made better. The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of mirth.
It said the heart of the wise is where?
The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of mirth.
The heart of fools is in the house of mirth. Number of fools in them clubs. All right? The house of mirth. I want to dig in on that. Can you hold this? Don't lose it. I got one more verse going there. Go to Psalms 26, verse 5.
No Mother's Day celebration.
Psalms 26, verse 5.
So we love to follow the heathen. We have to stop following the ways of the people
It was in this book. God told him, don't follow the ways of the Egyptians. Don't follow the ways of the people around about you. And that's exactly what we do. Ready?
Psalms 26, verse 5. I have hated the congregation of evildoers. And will
King David said, I have hated the congregation of evildoers.
And will not sit with the wicked.
And he will not sit with the wicked. Whoa. So when I go to the movies, who I'm sitting with? Who I'm sitting with?
You go to the restaurant?
When I go to the restaurants, who I'm sitting with?
You go to Great Adventures.
When I go to Great Adventures, who I'm sitting with? When I go to Splish Splash, who I'm sitting with? When I go to the beach, who I'm sitting with? When I go to the clubs, the lounges, who I'm sitting with? You sinning before God. Just know that. All right, go back. Go back to Ecclesiastes.
It is better than
No. And go to chapter. Yeah, go ahead, read.
It is better, Ecclesiastes 7, verse 5. It is better to hear the rebuke of the wise than for a man to hear the song of fools.
Okay. Now go to verse 9.
Be not hasty in thy spirit to be angry, for anger rested in the bosom of fools.
It said, be not hasty in your spirit to get angry, because anger rests in the bosom of fools. Fierce anger and fierce wrath belong to God. I could prove it. Fierce anger and fierce wrath belong to God. We should not be getting like that. We should learn how to control our emotions. I need to learn how to control my emotions, okay? It said it rests in the bosom of a fool. Rest meaning it lives in the bosom of a fool. And he said, don't ride, it resides in you. And he said, don't be hasty. Don't be quick to get angry. Look at all I have, and if anybody else have a part when somebody got angry, you could bring it up. I got a few parts right here. When Cain got angry, right? He was angry because God preferred his brother's Abel's offering than his. In his anger, what he did? Killed his brother. Okay. Moses. When Moses got angry, when he got angry, what he did? He got mad and didn't separate God's name. Didn't sanctify, said the wrong thing. We gotta watch when we get angry. King Saul, when he got angered at the come up of King David, look what he did. Jonah, he got angry when the Most High didn't want to do it to the men of Nineveh. We gotta watch our anger. We have to watch our anger because in our anger, we're going to sin before God.
It's still an emotion.
Now, it's an emotion that you're going to get. You're human. You remember in the Judges? You remember in the Judges where, right. Zubal and Gaal? Yeah. Gaal was talking junk about Abimelech. And Zubal was like, he got angry when he heard it. But he ain't go, yo, what you talking? He got angry. You're human. You're gonna get angry, but you gotta learn how to control it. He said, all right. He sent messages on the low to Abimelech, and they got the upper hand on the island, right? So yeah, we're human. We're gonna get angry, but you gotta learn how to control it. Don't be quick to get angry, like King David said, and don't make it live in you. Don't be an angry person. Relax, bro. It's okay.
That's a perfect term.
It's okay. Relax. You feel me?
Angry man. You can't be angry man.
Yeah, I want to say two things, and that's it. One, Ezekiel 4. Go to Ezekiel 4.
Ezekiel chapter 4,
verse 13.
Verse 13. And the Lord said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their defiled bread.
All right, so we got this at the time where Most High got tired of us. He said, you know what, Ezekiel, go make some bread. But before you make the bread and make the dough, take everybody's zoa, put it excrement, put it in the flour, make bread, and they're gonna eat that. This is how mad. And that's what that's why they got the Ezekiel bread from. But this is how mad we got God, right?
And the Lord said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their defiled bread among the Gentiles, whither I drive them. Then said I, Lord God, behold, my soul had not been polluted.
Wait. Ezekiel said, all right, or Most High, I heard what you said. Because God ain't single out Ezekiel. He said everybody eat it. So Ezekiel like, damn, I got to eat the bread too. Listen to what Ezekiel said. Read that. He said, oh, Most High.
For from my youth up, even to now, have I not eaten. Then said I, Lord God, behold, my soul had not been polluted.
He said, my soul have not been polluted. Go ahead.
For from my youth up, even till now, have I not eaten of that which died of itself. Or is torn.
Wait. Tranquilo. So, you pollute your soul if you eat something that died of itself?
Yep.
What else?
Or is torn in pieces.
Oh, that is torn in pieces?
Thank you, brother.
Uh-huh.
Neither came there abominable flesh into my mouth.
He said, neither has abominable flesh has come into my mouth.
Never.
Now, that was abominable. He was talking, that was separate. He said abominable flesh. When he was talking about in the beginning, about torn in pieces and died of itself, that's the clean flesh we eat. He said he ain't never ate nothing that died of itself. And he ain't never ate nothing that was torn in pieces.
And he's sure of that. That's right.
So, I don't care if your meat is halal. I don't care if your meat is kosher.
It's abominable flesh.
It's an abominable flesh.
It's abominable.
It'll pollute your soul. Hold on. We have to find out if the food died of itself or not. If you're buying your meat from these stores, you don't know how these animals died. Hey, you don't know if they was torn by beasts or if they died in itself. So it's safe to say you are taking a heavy risk of polluting your soul.
Hey, Chief, they teach the people it's best to buy your meat from halal.
No good.
Halal and kosher it's blessed by idol.
Halal food, to make the food halal, the Muslim imams pray over. Yeah. Kosher, same thing the rabbis do. Yeah. We don't deal with that. Like I said, you have to
blessed by idols.
Yeah, those foods are blessed by
idols. Man. Halal and kosher.
That's what I'm talking about. Man. And I just want to say one thing. Boom. Stop this. Let's stop following the heathens and let's stop disrespecting the Most High God. Yeah. The world is not getting better. The world is not advancing. It's getting worse. Back then we wasn't cavemen back then. And now the world is advanced. Oh, we better. We have technology. Are you saying before El Shaddai how great he is? You trying to tell me he couldn't have airplanes flying? You trying to tell me God couldn't have cell phones working? So let's not blaspheme the name of God, okay? Right. I'll give you a point. The Tower of Babel, all right? They was so up high in the sky. People can't do that today. Can't do that today. For you to go in the heavens, you got to take a spaceship and oxygen and all that stuff. They built the Tower of Babel, boy, and was going. Don't tell me the people back then wasn't smarter than people now. You know, all right. It was at the Most High had the world the way He wanted it, and it was going to stay like that. All right. So let's not disrespect and blaspheme the name of the Lord. Talking about these times are better and more advanced.
Maybe if I stop bowling my head, I'll be able to think straight.
Leviticus chapter 11 states, "These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters. Whatsoever hath fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers, them shall ye eat. And all that have not fins and scales in the seas and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters and of the living things which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. They shall be even an abomination unto you. You shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcass as an abomination." All right? You can only eat fish that have fins and scales. So now I'm going to Deuteronomy 14. Deuteronomy chapter 14.
Kosher is abominable.
Right? Deuteronomy chapter 14, in the verse where it speaks about the fish. All right? About fishes. All right? Whatsoever had not, these ye shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales shall ye eat. And whatsoever had not fins and scales ye may not eat. It is unclean unto you. So the fish has to have fins and scales.
Baruch Shemo. Blessed be his holy name.
Kosher's violation. Kosher's violation.